Welcome everyone to Red Line. We've got Aster and Waze facing off to see who can take the win today. Waze starts the set strong with a quick win from the ramp. Waze is definitely playing with more confidence coming into this one. Aster actually holds a winning record over Waze with a 15-13 lead in their head-to-head history. But that's starting to look like an old story given how sharply their current forms are diverging. It will be interesting to see if the veteran edge can surface here. Waze is really putting the pressure on here, using that height on the ramp to secure a very fast round. Waze is absolutely dominating with a massive 4-1 lead. He's certainly looking stronger than his current rank 29 suggests. Aster is showing some real grit here, grabbing another round to close the gap. Waze is just untouchable right now, leading it 5-2. The momentum matches Waze's strong recent run through the series. Waze is really putting on a clinic today with a 70% win rate in his last 10 matches. Well, that confidence is clearly translating into this series. It's becoming a steep climb for Aster to find some stability. Waze just completely shut him down from the ramp, moving his lead to 8-2. Waze is making it look easy regardless of those pre-match expectations. Aster manages to snag a point, keeping the pressure on right before we head into the intermission. Waze holds an 8-4 lead as we switch sides, and honestly this is playing out exactly how we thought it would. Waze is just outclassing Aster here and looks very comfortable in his lead. Aster needs a huge wake-up call. Total shootout from the ramp, but Waze manages to come out on top there. It's a tough afternoon for him, sitting on 14-29 across the server. Waze just completely owns that ramp today. He's putting a serious stranglehold on this match. His 30% recent win rate is starting to weigh on him. Unbelievable, Aster barely scrapes through that exchange, finally knocking Waze off the ramp. That was a nail-biter for the trading player. Waze is just cruising along with a 10-6 lead. Waze hasn't been this shaky since his last encounter with Aster. He's completely flipped the script, taking another round to extend the run to 3. What a surge from Aster, claiming another victory to keep this roll going. He's just not letting up, securing a 5th straight win to close the gap to 1. A sudden stop to the momentum as he shuts down that comeback attempt. Waze puts a stop to that run, putting himself just 1 point away from victory. It's been a struggle for the favorite to keep his lead today. What a final burst. Waze finishes the series with a perfect round to secure the victory. He really just shuts the door on that head-to-head lead Aster had going into this, a massive shift in momentum for the series. Welcome back to Berserk League. We have Aster taking on Waze today on Italy to see who comes out on top. Aster has historically won 52% of their meetings. It's an interesting contrast to their most recent clash where Waze looked completely in control. I'm curious to see if those lifetime stats hold up today. Waze holds a narrow lead as we head back in. Waze really looks like the formidable opponent he's been lately. Things are completely leveled now. This really feels like a toss-up as we move forward. A tough start to the day for him so far. Waze is just a hair ahead as we reset. Waze is definitely playing like the favorite today. Waze is dominating, leading 4-2 right now. His superior ladder rating is starting to tell. Waze was really starting to seize control of this one, but Aster has stepped up to keep things tight. He's fighting through a tough stretch in the league today. Absolute deadlock now. Aster has completely erased the deficit. The momentum is shifting away from the favorite. He is simply untouchable right now, taking a commanding lead with 3 straight wins. A huge turnaround considering his poor run across the league today. A lightning fast reaction there to bring things even. Waze is really capitalizing on his strong current run of form. Waze claws back the lead, moving ahead 6-5. A tough stretch for the guy who started this as the favorite. We've got a 6-6 deadlock to start the second half. I mean, Aster is putting up a great fight despite the low confidence going into this. It's essentially a coin flip now. Let's see who blinks first. It's a nice bounce back after those tough losses to Blaze and Waze. And we are right back to a dead heat at 7-all. Waze is really showing why he sits higher on the ladder. Waze is putting an immense amount of pressure on him now, refusing to give Aster any room to breathe. Waze is simply on fire, walking away without taking a single point of damage. Back. A crucial moment for someone fighting a difficult day in the league. Aster is really feeling the weight of that 13-30 record from the last day. It's a stark contrast to how normally reliable he's been in their long history together. This looks like a genuine struggle for him to find his footing. Waze is really putting his foot on the gas here to build some serious cushion. We're back to a nail biter. These two are trading blows and neither one can truly pull away. Waze is still looking strong after his recent victory over Aster. Aster is really picking up speed now, claiming a second straight round in a hurry. The momentum has shifted entirely and Aster is now just 1 round away from a victory. Waze shuts the door on regulation, forcing this an absolute deadlock for overtime. Waze is really pulling away here quickly, shutting down that brief rally from Aster. He's certainly proving that the pre-match predictions wrong. Unbelievable. He almost went down, but manages to scrape through this chaotic exchange to level the series. We'll be right back with more action on Italy as Aster and Waze settle this deadlock. And we are back in the action on Italy with Aster and Waze locked at 13 all. Waze has really taken control of the pace here, ending those rounds almost instantly. It's a tough climb for him given that low recent win rate. The pressure is building, and these two are just trading blows back and forth in the most intense way possible. A quick reaction from Aster to stay in this. A ruthless finish there, leaving him in the dust as the tension hits a breaking point. What a finish. Aster closes out the series and secures the victory. He really dug deep to get his composure back after a nightmare of a day. Honestly, that's just a huge relief for the guy. He really had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Waze facing off today on Orange for a great 1v1 duel. Aster has an impressive 80% success rate on this map. It explains why we're seeing such clean confidence in those opening duels. It'll be interesting to see if that historical advantage holds up for the full duration. He's just too quick, moving a perfect 3-0 lead into the next round. Waze answers back with an effortless shot, showing he's not going down without a fight. Waze is proving why he was priced so close to the favorite. Aster is really running away with his 4-1 lead. Waze usually has the upper hand when these two meet. A perfect reaction to claw another one back, keeping the pressure on as we head into the 7th. Aster has managed to push his overall head-to-head record to 16-14. It's a narrow margin, but it shows he really knows how to handle this specific opponent. We'll have to see if he can maintain this edge as the match progresses. The momentum has completely shifted back to him as Aster secures another victory. Quick. Waze really is the more experienced veteran of the two. Aster is practically cruising now, leading 8-3. Waze has put up quite a bit more volume over his career. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, we expected a tight contest, but the underdog is completely controlling the pace right now. Waze needs a huge shift if he wants to avoid a quick loss. Time to switch it up. His higher ladder rank gives him plenty of confidence right now. Waze finds a sliver of hope, narrowing it to 9-5. He's clearly leaning on that higher ladder position to steady himself. The fight for control is getting intense, but Aster is firmly in the driver's seat here. Waze is really struggling to keep up here. He's just getting outpaced in every single exchange. Waze really needs to dig deep to close this gap. Absolutely effortless. He's just one round away from ending this whole thing. A sharp reflex from Waze to keep his hopes alive. A needed response from the veteran just in time. What a finish! He closes out the game and secures a huge victory. Waze just couldn't find an answer for that pace today. He looked completely lost in the shuffle. Welcome to the show. Aster and Waze are stepping onto fast aim to see who comes out on top today. Aster comes out swinging, quickly shutting down Waze's attempt to hold a ramp. Waze is definitely feeling the heat from their recent series against him. Unreal. Both were fighting for control on the ramp, but he barely scrapes through this exchange. Aster currently leads the overall head-to-head with 17 total victories. It's a strong historical advantage, but Waze generally carries the better individual rating on our ladder. This makes the early rounds critical for the momentum shift. Waze has completely flipped the script and is now charging ahead. The higher rating is starting to show through here. Aster, right back. That mirror image of a scoreline keeps the pressure high. Waze edges ahead by 1, holding a slim lead. Waze is certainly playing his part as the favorite today. They're fighting for the same territory on the ramp, but Aster manages to come out on top. The higher rating hasn't been the deciding factor so far. Aster takes the lead once more at 5-4. He's definitely putting that high volume of games today to good use. Waze shuts things down from the ramp to tie this back up. He's got way more experience on this specific map. Waze grabs a narrow 6-5 advantage right here. He's really fighting for a strong finish to this session. We've got a dead heat at 6-6, and honestly, this is exactly what we wanted to see. Waze has a deeper history on this map, but Aster is holding his ground perfectly to keep this game anyone's. Let's see who finds the opening shot. Waze is just outgunning him right now, taking control of that ramp with a very quick response. He's certainly putting his superior rank to the test right now. Waze is playing a lot more comfortably than his 1-2 record today suggests. And given his huge volume of total matches on this map, the consistency is really starting to peak. He looks firmly in control here. He's simply too fast right now, extending his lead with another clean victory. He's just completely taken over this match, marking his 4th straight victory. He's really fighting for that control as the higher-seeded player. Finally, an answer. Aster shuts down that run by catching him on the ramp. He's definitely feeling a bit of that 14-29 fatigue. Wow, he survives on a prayer, barely clutching a victory after being pushed right to the edge. That's a huge shift in energy for the trailing player. Waze is really tightening the noose now, just 2 more for him to close this out. Lightning fast reaction from Waze puts him on the verge of victory. What a finish! Waze digs deep in a brutal scrap to secure the victory. He really needed this one to bounce back after those earlier losses in the series. It's great to see him finally close one out. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Waze facing off today on Mappas. Aster holds a clear overall lead in their head-to-head history. And he's showing that same confidence today. It'll be interesting to see if he can turn that psychological advantage into a full match victory. Unreal, Aster barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving by a hair to take a 2-1 lead. Aster is just dominating, pushing his lead to 3-1. His recent 14-29 run today makes this strong start even more impressive. He completely dismantles him off the ramp, extending the lead to 4-1. Rough, Waze wins the battle on the ramp, showing some real grit to close the gap. He's fighting for his life now, but he's definitely not out of this. Aster is really putting his 53% head-to-head advantage to use here. It's a great look for him, considering he just dropped their last encounter. I wonder if he can keep this pressure on long enough to avoid another close scramble. Waze manages to keep his composure and secures the round while fighting from the ramp. It's a bit of a flip from the pre-match expectations. Waze finds another clean shot to take him off the ramp, continuing this impressive push. That's a total shift in momentum for the trailing player. What a scramble. He barely survives that chaos to keep the momentum rolling. He's just completely flipped the script on this one. Aster holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's playing way above his rank right now. Waze is the favorite for a reason, so he'll have to tighten up his defense to claw this back. Time to see who blinks first. Aster's barely escaping that one, stretching his lead to 8-5. That was an incredibly sharp reaction to take control. A lightning-fast reaction from Waze to secure another round in this comeback effort. Waze is simply refusing to go away, claiming another round to put himself right on Aster's heels. The pressure is really mounting for Aster now. Unbelievable. He's clawed all the way back to level the score at 8-8. The momentum has completely shifted in this duel. He answers back immediately, reclaiming the lead at 9-8. Aster shuts the door on that rally to hit 10-8. He's simply untouchable right now, cruising toward a huge lead. Waze really needs to find an answer against him fast. Waze keeps the pressure on, shutting down that run with a crisp shot. He's showing exactly why he's considered the stronger player on paper. Aster secures this one from the ramp, moving himself within a single round of victory. He's really justifying that favorite status today. What an absolute war of attrition. He clutches out the final round to secure the victory. He really held his nerve, and it mattered most, especially after those scary moments where he was nearly out of it. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have a great matchup today between Aster and Waze as they battle for the win. Aster holds a solid 18-15 lead in their overall head-to-head history, and honestly it's an interesting contrast to the early momentum he's facing here. Since he's coming in with a strong historical edge against Waze, the pressure is now on him to flip the script. Waze looks unstoppable right now, outplaying him yet again to move to a 3-round lead. Absolutely crushing it. He just refuses to let up, extending his lead to 4. The momentum is entirely one-sided. He is completely controlling this match. Simply incredible. He's just totally outclassing his opponent, moving the score to 6-0. Finally, some resistance from Aster, who manages to secure his first round of the match. Waze is generally seen as the stronger player based on our rating. It's surprising to see him let this lead slip so quickly. He started with an aggressive run, but he's clearly struggling to close this out now. Waze is just dominating, pushing the gap to 8-2. A swift finish as he continues his surge, leaving Aster without any answer here. Waze takes a commanding lead at 10-2, and honestly, he is living up to his role as the favorite here. He's put on a real display of skill, leaving Aster struggling to keep up. Aster needs to find the spark now. Waze is just completely out of reach right now. It's almost impossible to get a word in. He's really asserting his authority as the higher rated player here. A flashing fast reflex play puts him on the verge of victory. Just a blink of an eye on that last exchange. Game over. Waze closes it out right here and takes the series. He truly turned the tide today, totally erasing that historical lead and taking full control from the start. Welcome to Italy for today's duel. Aster and Waze are stepping up to see who comes out on top. Aster holds a slight lead in their all-time head-to-head rivalry with 16 wins for Waze and 18 for himself. That historical edge is clearly playing into his confidence early on. We have to see if he can keep this pressure high. Waze is fighting uphill now, trailing by 1. He's trying to make up for that rough 2:13 showing from earlier. Waze is really struggling to find an answer for Aster's speed right now. This is a quick recovery from that blowout loss on Blame Dunes. Aster's just barely holding on to that 3-2 lead. A bit of a surprise given the odds going in. And we're tied up at 3 apiece now. The higher rated competitor is certainly showing his strength here. Aster is really fighting for control here, managing to cut right through that 2-round push from Waze. Deadlock at 4-all, the pressure is mounting. The higher seeded man is really stepping up his game. Aster pulls ahead by 1 in a tight battle. He's showing a lot of grit despite that poor 15-29 run today. Neither player can sustain a lead right now. It's just a total coin flip every time they reset. Aster clings to a slim 1-round advantage. Waze is putting that upper half ranking to the test today. We head into the break with a deadlocked 6-6 score. Well, Aster is definitely proving he belongs here despite the rank difference. He's refusing to let Waze take control of the map. Let's see who blinks first now. Waze has surged ahead, taking a narrow 7-6 lead. The higher rated player is really starting to dictate the pace now. Aster answers back immediately to bring us level at 7. Absolute chaos in that exchange. Waze barely scrapes through a fight where neither player seemed to have the upper hand. Absolutely nails it with barely any health left. Waze is currently riding a high after a 60% success rate over his last 10 matches. And it's clearly translating into a stronger mental game as he pushes his lead into the second half. He's looking very sharp right now. Waze has found his rhythm, pushing it to 10-8. The underdog might just be pulling off a surprising result here. We're seeing a real back and forth here. Neither one can put the other away as they trade rounds. And we are back to a deadlock at 10-all. He's really capitalizing on the momentum now. The momentum has completely shifted, and he's now firmly in control with a 3-round run. He is simply outclassing the competition right now, and he's just 1 round away from victory. Waze is really feeling the heat right now. Waze reacts instantly to deny that victory, keeping his hopes alive with a lightning fast shot. Absolute deadlock. Both of them have pushed the score to 12-12, forcing a trip to overtime. Aster has a sudden burst of energy at the most critical time, putting a ton of pressure on Waze. Just a completely clean finish there. Waze can't seem to find a way to slow this down. Aster is just too quick for him right now. The momentum is firmly on his side right now. The tension is unbelievable now. We're headed for a real nail-biter as these two trade blows. Aster takes control of the duel, pushing his lead to 15-13. Just a steady performance for the favorite today. What a finish. He closes it out with a completely untouched round to secure the victory. Waze really fought his heart out to force that overtime, but he just couldn't stop that late momentum. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We've got a great match today featuring Aster and Waze facing off for the win. Aster holds a 19-16 lead in their head-to-head history. Well, it's a fierce rivalry, but Waze has the momentum on his side right now. It will be interesting to see if Aster can regain his usual control over this specific matchup. Aster is playing incredibly fast today, keeping the pressure on after that quick win on the ramp. Waze is definitely playing a bit out of his usual 60% form here. Waze is really finding his footing early on, shutting that down from the ramp to take control. Wow, what a fight. He barely manages to scrape through that exchange on the ramp to tie things up. Waze should be feeling the pressure now, especially as the favorite. Aster claws back ahead, leading 3-2 as we reset. Waze has the higher spot on the ladder, but it's not showing. He just dismantles that defense by pulling Waze right off the ramp. He's proving to be a tough match for Waze today. Waze answers back instantly to keep this contest tight. That's a tough break for Aster, especially coming off such a rough day. Aster's all-time win rate sits at 54%. It's not the highest in the league, but he's usually incredibly stable when he finds this kind of early momentum. I wonder if he can actually push this lead to a double-digit gap. Waze is on a roll now, keeping the pressure on by shutting Aster down from the ramp. He's definitely playing like the higher-rated man right now. Unreal. He almost fell, but he manages to secure this narrow victory just before the break. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, Waze is expected to walk away with this one, but he's struggling to contain the underdog. It'll be a fight to see if Aster can close this out. Let's see who adjusts better here. Aster is really pulling away now, sitting pretty at 8-5. The higher seed is looking completely lost right now. Waze is showing some real guts here, shutting that down with a completely clean sequence. It's a good reminder that the underdog can still keep pace. Waze is really digging in here, surviving that heavy exchange to keep his comeback alive. Waze is starting to look more like the higher ranked seed. What a fight! He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to keep the momentum shifting. That's another incredibly tight finish for him. Waze is showing incredible resilience, effortlessly picking him off the ramp to close the gap. Goodness, that was incredibly tight. He claws out a win from the ramp with almost nothing left in the tank. A nerve-wracking way to reclaim that advantage. Another point for the trailing player, who just completely outreacted his opponent. An absolute battle from the ramp, and he's managed to bring this game all the way back to a dead heat. Absolutely zero breathing room left for Aster now. He was nearly out of health, but he manages to secure another win and take the lead. Another rapid fire kill. Waze has a chance to finish the game right here. What a champion effort! Waze closes out the series with a flawless final strike to secure the victory. He just refused to go away and eventually wore Aster down. Both of these guys were fighting for every single sliver of health today. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Orange. We've got Aster and Waze stepping up for a great 1v1 duel today. Aster really holds a massive advantage on this map with an 81% win rate. Well, it makes sense that he's starting strong given how well he's historically performed in this specific environment. Now the real test is whether Waze can find a way to push back. He's absolutely on fire, taking down another round to put a firm grip on this match. Complete control from the favorite, who's now absolutely cruising with a 4-round lead. He really looks like the better player right now. Waze manages to secure a point here and puts a temporary halt to that momentum. The higher rated competitor is starting to show some grit here. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and Waze barely scrapes through to bring the score to 4-2. Waze is really shaking his confidence off right now. The surge continues for Waze, who is now truly threatening to turn this game around. Waze is officially in the driver's seat now. What a scramble. He almost goes down in that fierce exchange, but manages to claw out the win. Aster has his all-time head-to-head lead of 1917 to consider. It's an interesting dynamic because despite that overall edge, the rankings actually have Waze slightly higher on the ladder. It'll be a mental battle to see who can maintain the pressure from here. A clean execution here to keep the deficit at 3 going into the interval. He really is fighting for a comeback today. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's outperforming the ratings for now. This is looking like a potential upset if he can keep the pressure high after the switch. Time to see if the momentum holds. Waze survives a brutal exchange to trim the lead to just 1. The underdog is truly refusing to back down today. Aster regains a bit of breathing room at 8-6. A strong response from the lower-seeded player. Aster pulls ahead again, extending that gap to 9-6. He's showing a lot of resilience after those tough losses on other maps. Aster is putting on a show right now, securing another fast win to reach double digits. The higher ranked player is struggling to find any answers here. He just can't be stopped right now, taking a 4th straight to put a huge dent in his opponent's hopes. Total role reversal from that earlier bout on red line. Waze manages to snag around here to slow things down. He's clearly drawing on that higher rating today. A fast flick lands and puts Aster just 1 step away from victory. The momentum is firmly with the favorite now. Waze puts up a fierce stance, shutting down the closing momentum with a crisp headshot. There was a lethal reaction time to stop the bleeding. What a finish. Aster shuts the door and secures the victory. He's really shaking off those losses from the earlier sets and looking far more confident today. Great way to get back on top. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We've got Aster and Waze stepping up for this match to see who's the better shot. Aster holds a 2017 advantage in their head-to-head history. It's clear he usually gets the better of Waze, but he's definitely struggling to keep that pace today. We'll see if he can flip the script in these next few rounds. Waze is on fire, leading 2-1. A huge effort here for the rank 26 player. Waze is really putting on the pressure early, leaving Aster with a lot of ground to make up. Waze holds a tight 3-2 grip on this series. Waze is certainly showing his higher seat experience here. Absolute mayhem in that exchange. Waze just barely scraped through that fight alive. Waze is really asserting himself as the favorite today. Aster has a shaky 17-27 record over the last day. You know, he's been fighting an uphill battle throughout his other series, and the lack of confidence is starting to show in his timing. He needs to find a way to stop this momentum before it's too late. Aster is refusing to go away, closing out another round to keep this rally going. The pressure is shifting rapidly back to Waze. What a turn of events. This an incredible surge from Aster to bring the score level. That's some seriously clean aim on display right now. Waze quickly halts that momentum to stay in the lead. The momentum is shifting, but he's still fighting an uphill battle tonight. We're all square at 6 apiece. It's a surprising result so far, given that Waze entered as the favorite. Aster has proven he can hang with the higher rank, and now it's anyone's game heading into the second half. Fresh start for both players. Waze edges ahead, taking a narrow 7-6 lead. The higher seed is really making his presence felt. Waze extends his cushion to an 8-6 lead. The seed advantage is really starting to pay off here. He's simply too fast right now, cruising toward a double-digit lead. Unbelievable. He manages to survive by the skin of his teeth to stay in this fight. His nerves are made of steel to pull that off. He's really digging in now, taking another round in a gritty exchange to stay within striking distance. Waze is putting the squeeze on with a 10-8 lead. Waze is capitalizing on his slight rating edge in the match. Unreal. He nearly went down in that chaos, but claws back around to keep this rally alive. Squeezing out another close one to keep this fight going. He is completely taking over now, securing a perfect round to bring us all the way back to a deadlock. That was a blindingly fast exchange. Waze is really leaning into his raw reaction speed now. Absolutely incredible. He's completely erased that lead, and we are tied up at 11 apiece. Waze takes a commanding lead, putting himself just one step away from victory. That was a clinical finish to seal the deal. What a response. He's forced this into a deadlock, and we are headed for overtime. Waze is playing these rounds at a breakneck pace, really forcing Aster to react on the fly. This really feels like a fight for every single point tonight. What a statement. Aster is refusing to break, evening the score once again with an effortless flick. This has become a total coin flip, with neither of these two able to string together a winning streak. He just shuts that door completely, putting the pressure right back on for the finish. That's a lightning fast reflex to put him back in control. He refuses to back down, securing a rapid win to keep his hopes alive. He is practically untouchable right now and puts himself just one round away from victory. Aster claws back a lead, sitting at 16-15. Complete deadlock. Waze forces us back to a tie. Waze reclaimed the edge, pushing ahead 17-16. Absolute lockdown on that last play. Waze is pulling ahead, now commanding an 18-16 lead. Hard to see the favorite regain his footing now. Aster is right on his heels at 17-0. The pressure is mounting for the top-seeded player here. Waze secures a strong 2-round cushion over Aster. He really stepped up when it counted to finally balance the scales in their head-to-head record. He fought for every inch of that win, hard-fought victory. Welcome to Berserk League. We've got Aster and Waze facing off today in a rifle duel on Italy. Aster actually holds a 2018 lead in their career head-to-heads. It's a surprising edge considering Waze has clearly been the more consistent player in their most recent battles. We'll see if Aster can finally tilt this match in his direction. Absolutely effortless. He's completely dismantled the competition so far. This is getting out of hand. He's just too fast, scoring a perfect 4th point. A sharp reaction there to get the round back. Just a quick reminder that Waze is generally the favored side here. Waze is putting on a clinic, leading 5-1. He's clearly playing with a lot of confidence right now. Aster has seen far better results on this specific map with a 56% win rate. And while Waze is sitting comfortably in the lead, the historical data suggests this is a territory where he usually struggles. I wonder if that's starting to weigh on him. Waze still holds a commanding 3-point lead here. Waze can't seem to shake him from the server today. He is really digging in here, shutting down that momentum shift with a total shutout. Unreal. He is just unstoppable right now and refuses to let Waze breathe before the break. The slight favorite is finally starting to assert himself. We're all tied up at 6 apiece, heading into the break. It's a dead heat. Aster is refusing to back down, and we might be looking at a real upset if he keeps this pace. Time to see who blinks first. Waze has reclaimed the lead, putting him up 7-6. A tough run today for Aster with 17 wins across 27 games. Waze is pulling away now with an 8-6 cushion. He's showing a lot of grit, putting together another strong sequence to keep this close. We're seeing the underdog fight back against the odds here. What a fight! He walks away with just a sliver of health to tie this game up. Pure adrenaline to get a hold of that series. He's absolutely on fire right now, completing a phenomenal surge to take the lead. The favorite is finally putting his foot on the gas. He just can't be stopped. That's 4 straight, and he's completely seized control of this series. Waze manages to hold the slide and gets a round back. That's the higher rated player showing some real poise here. Total deadlock now with Aster and Waze tied at 10. He's looking very sharp in this match for the rank 23 seed. He's completely unscathed in that engagement, continuing this incredible climb up the scoreboard. Neither player is giving an inch. We are officially staring down the barrel of a tiebreaker. He's completely flipped the script on this match, and now he's just 1 round away from the victory. Unbelievable! What a way to finish it! Closing out the map with total poise to secure the victory. Waze really pushed him to the brink, but he just couldn't close the gap in those final moments. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Aster taking on Waze right now on red line to see who comes out on top. Aster holds a 21-18 lead in their head-to-head history. It is a surprising edge given that Waze is generally expected to come out on top here. Let's see if Aster can leverage that psychological advantage to close this gap. Waze is starting to pull ahead with a 2-1 lead. A fierce battle for control of the ramp, and Waze manages to out-duel him in that scramble. The higher rated player is definitely making his presence felt early on. Waze is just dominating, putting up a huge 4-1 lead. The favorite is really starting to flex those muscles. He's totally outclassed his opponent here, continuing a scary run of momentum. Aster has had a tough day so far with only 18 wins in 45 games. Aster quickly secures this one to get back on the board. A decent showing from him today despite the early deficit. Waze has a strong handle on things right now, especially considering he's barely played any matches today compared to Aster's recent workload. You know, it's a huge contrast in fatigue levels. Now we have to see if that freshness lets him coast to a lead. Waze is really cruising now, leading it 7-3. That was a blistering reaction time. The pace is really picking up. These two are trading shots lightning fast right now. Waze takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. He's got the control he needs right now, so we'll see if Aster can adjust. Aster needs a strong wake-up call. Aster claws back a point, but it's still 8-5 Waze. He really needed a moment like that to stay in the hunt. Waze extends the gap further, now sitting at 9-5. The higher rated man is clearly in control today. Unbelievable. He barely survives that encounter from the ramp, walking away with a sliver of health. Absolutely heart-stopping way to get that round. He's completely back in the driver's seat, securing another victory to maintain that flow. He manages to fight through the damage to secure this point. Waze has been a bit shaky in his few games today. A perfect shot to clear him off the ramp and reach match point. Hard to believe he entered this series as the underdog. What an incredible scrap! He managed to claw out a victory despite being almost completely depleted. Aster manages to take another round, clearing Waze off the ramp. Aster is suddenly looking much more comfortable in these exchanges. And that's it. Waze closes out the match with a final clash on the ramp. Really clean performance from the top seed to bring this one home. Aster fought back, but he just couldn't stop the bleeding. Welcome to the Berserk League. We got Aster taking on Waze on orange to see who comes out on top. What a chaotic opener. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Waze barely scrapes through that encounter. Aster has a dominant 81% win rate on this map, which makes this slow start quite surprising. He usually knows exactly how to navigate this space. It will be interesting to see if he can lean into that comfort to reverse the momentum. A sharp response here as he puts on the pressure to close the gap. He's showing why he entered this match as the favorite. Absolute chaos here, and Waze barely walks away from that exchange with a tiny sliver of health. He's really putting that higher rating to good use right now. Total shutout this time as he quickly closes the gap back to 2. It is a tight scrap despite the gap on the board. Another effortless round for him, proving he isn't going down without a fight. Waze has a tough time shaking this off right now. He's just completely leveled the score, continuing this incredible surge to tie things up. Absolutely scary stuff. Just completely dismantled Waze to take the lead. Waze answers back immediately, bringing the series back to a dead heat. He's showing some incredible grit here to keep this climb going. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Aster takes a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's definitely leaning into that map advantage. Waze has held his own, but the underdog is looking strong in this series. Time for a quick reset. That's an incredibly clean sequence for Aster, keeping his lead at 8-5. He's really making it look easy for the higher rated side. Waze isn't backing down and manages to snag another one to tighten the gap. Waze is proving he can hang with a higher rated opponent today. The rally continues as he secures another victory to keep the pressure high. Both exchanges just now were almost identical in timing. That was a brutal brawl, but Aster manages to come out on top and reclaim his lead. He's doing exactly what we expected from the favorite. He's completely shut the door on that brief rally, continuing a strong push to take control of the pace. Waze stays aggressive and earns a fast point to keep his comeback hopes alive. A lightning fast flick to keep things competitive. He's simply refusing to fold, walking away from that encounter without taking a single point of damage. That was a brutal exchange where both players poured it on, but Aster ultimately stood his ground. A crucial stand to put a couple round cushion back on the board. What a precise burst from Waze to shut things down and keep the pressure on. The underdog is refusing to let the gap widen. A total shutdown to put Aster just one round away from victory. The gap in their rankings is really starting to show. Unbelievable survival. Waze barely stays alive in that war of attrition to keep his hopes flickering. He finishes it. Aster digs deep to seal the victory and completes the comeback. Waze really pushed him to the limit with those near-death escapes throughout the map. He just couldn't find that final push to steal it. What a fight. Welcome everyone. We're on Mapas for a clash between Aster and Waze. Let's see who takes the win today. Aster carries a decent lead with 22 total wins over his opponent in their history. But that head-to-head advantage doesn't seem to be translating into a fast start here. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually leverage that mental edge as this match progresses. Waze is really finding his rhythm, leading 2-1. That's a strong start for a guy with a lower win rate here. We've got a dead heat now. Neither of these two is giving an inch today. A tough day so far with those 18-27 numbers. Waze just shuts that down immediately, picking Aster right off the ramp to extend his lead. We're all square now as Aster levels the playing field. He's certainly not playing like the underdog today. Waze edges ahead again, clutching a 4-3 advantage. The higher rated player is really starting to assert himself here. Waze is having a tough day overall with a 6-7 record in the last 24 hours, but he's playing with a huge amount of confidence in this specific match. It's a complete reversal of his usual luck against Aster. Waze is pulling away now with a 6-4 lead. Waze is leaning into that higher rank today. Unreal. He almost went down, but manages to scramble through a chaotic exchange to narrow the gap before the break. Waze heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, things are playing out exactly as expected for the higher ranked player. Aster managed to scrape by a few dangerous situations, but he's still chasing the lead. New sides, new energy. Waze is running away with it, pushing to 8-5. He's making it look easy with a free-fold cushion in the match. Aster is showing some grit, chipping away at that deficit to keep himself in the game. It's a fight for survival for the lower rated side now. Waze is just too quick today, simply deleting Aster the moment he stepped out onto the ramp. The higher rank is certainly holding his ground tonight. He's refusing to back down, catching his opponent from the ramp to close the distance. The momentum is shifting as those exchanges get tighter and tighter. Waze takes a commanding 10-7 lead into this round. He's proving to be a very difficult matchup today. Waze is just lighting up these exchanges. Aster is struggling to find any answers right now. Waze stays hot with a third straight win, putting him just one round away from the victory. And there it is. Waze closes it out in style to secure the series. He really just dominated the pace out there, totally erasing that historic disadvantage he had against Aster. Welcome to the arena. Today we have Aster taking on Waze in a highly anticipated 1v1 duel. Aster holds the overall head-to-head lead with 22 wins, but that hasn't helped him lately. He's struggling a bit against Waze's playstyle today. I wonder if he can find an answer before the gap grows. We're all squared up now as Aster and Waze reset. Waze is certainly proving to be the tougher opponent today. These exchanges are happening so quickly, neither player is giving an inch today. Aster's now holding a slim 1-round advantage. Waze has the upper hand on the ladder rankings. Aster is really starting to pull away now. He's certainly making the most of his home turf advantage today. And he strikes again. That's 3 straight for Aster, completely shutting down any momentum Waze had. Waze has typically been a tough matchup for him in the past. A huge relief for Waze, finally breaking that momentum and cutting the deficit to 2. Aster is currently playing a bit of catch-up, given his 17-28 record over the last day. You know, it's clearly a tough stretch of matches for him, so this lead is a huge confidence boost. He's definitely fighting to turn his day around. Waze looks sharp, securing another one to keep this comeback rolling, heading into the final round of the half. We're headed into the break, all tied up at 6-6. I mean, this is a complete toss-up right now. Waze entered as the favorite, but Aster is holding his own and refusing to buckle under that pressure. Let's see who blinks first. Aster regains a 1-round cushion as we start the second half. His 53% win rate on this layout is proving to be a factor. Unbelievable. Waze claws back into this one with just a sliver of health remaining. That was an absolute nail-biter. He's showing serious grit, securing a second straight round to seize the lead. It's looking like the expected favorite is in for a real struggle here. He's completely taken over this map, putting together a 3-round burst to shake Aster's confidence. He answers back quickly, keeping the deficit to just 1 round. It's a classic battle between 2 players firmly in the middle of the pack. What a scramble! Aster survives that exchange by a hair to tie things up at 9-9. The higher seed is really feeling the heat right now. He's absolutely on fire right now, taking full control of the match. The higher rating for Waze isn't doing him any favors right now. Goodness, he barely clings to life there. That's another one for Aster, extending the streak to 4. It's quite a reversal after the 7-13 result on Maypass. He's just completely unstoppable right now, pushing his advantage to a massive 3 rounds. What a spectacular closing run. Aster finishes the set with a flurry of 6 straight points to secure the victory. He really locked things down when it mattered. It's great to see him bounce back after that tough loss on Maypass earlier today. Welcome to the stream. Aster and Waze are facing off on Dunes in a close battle for the win. Aster holds a historic edge here with a 53% head-to-head win rate over the years. But the momentum has clearly shifted toward Waze given the early start. It will be interesting to see if he can use this confidence to close out the map. Unbelievable. Aster barely survives that exchange, clutching out the round with just a single point of health. Everything is wide open now with Waze and Aster tied up. Waze is showing why he's slightly higher on the ladder. Waze has snatched a narrow lead, putting him up 3-2. The higher seeded player is certainly making his presence felt. That was an absolute blur of a round. These two are just trading blows now. Holy cow, that was heart-stopping. Aster manages to survive the chaos with a tiny sliver of health. Aster is just on fire right now, taking complete control of this match. He is completely taking over this map, securing another effortless point. Waze shuts that door quickly to keep the pressure on and narrow the gap. Waze is definitely proving he belongs in the upper ranks. Another lightning fast kill for the underdog, keeping the pressure high heading into the final round of the half. We've got a dead heat at 6-all. I mean, Aster is really leaning into his role as the underdog here. He's playing perfectly to a tie, completely ignoring Waze's higher seed in this match. Fresh start for both. Aster edges back ahead with a slim 7-6 lead. His recent match history against this opponent is a chaotic toss-up. Aster has been fighting an uphill battle with a 17-28 record today, you know, but seeing him hold a 2-round lead right now shows he's finally breaking through those early struggles. He's definitely looking stronger as the match progresses. Unbelievable. That was a brutal trade that almost went the other way, but he just barely scrapes through. What an absolute war of attrition. He managed to pull through that onslaught with almost nothing left. He's absolutely punishing Waze right now, securing another victory to keep this streak alive. Waze answers back instantly with a clean sweep of the board. It's a tight battle for the two of them today. Aster puts the pressure on, moving himself just one step away from victory. He's really starting to look like the favorite we expected today. Waze just delivers a crisp shot to keep his hopes alive in this match. That was just a split second of execution. What a finish. Aster shuts it down instantly to secure the match. Waze fought a hell of a battle, but those low health escapes really defined the match. He just couldn't close it out. Hard fought win. Welcome to the Berserk League. Mist and Waze are facing off on Italy, with Mist entering as the favorite. Mist really holds the upper hand in this head-to-head, securing a dominant 67% win rate over the years. That historical edge is exactly why he entered this match as such a heavy favorite. Now let's see if Waze can actually shake that trend. Waze is surprisingly taking control with a 2-1 lead. Absolute precision. He's completely rewritten the script today with another effortless kill. He answers back quickly to keep this series close. He's looking to shake off those 3 straight losses from today. Waze is just cruising right now, leading 4-2. Waze is fighting back after those tough losses to Aster. Mist is coming in with a fairly rough stretch of form, having gone 16-20 over the last day. It's becoming a real problem because he's clearly lacking the confidence he usually carries into these games. Waze is definitely smelling blood right now. He's showing some real grit, keeping his composure to bring this score right back to within 1. The pressure is mounting for the higher ranked side here. Absolutely ruthless. He's completely flipped the script and leveled the series. Everything is wide open now for the underdog to steal this. He takes another one, staying sharp as we approach the intermission. A huge moment to seize before they head to the break. Waze takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's a surprising result given how Mist usually controls this matchup. The underdog is playing far above his rank right now. Fresh start for both guys. He's refusing to go away, showing a lot of heart to keep this fight alive. He's definitely fighting to prove that high seed belongs in the top bracket. What a scramble. He claws his way out of that exchange with a tiny sliver of health left. That was far too close for comfort. He's digging in, managing to salvage another round to keep this gap from widening. Another fast response from Mist, who now brings the series back to a dead heat. Waze regains the narrow lead with a 9-8 advantage. He's showing way more consistency than his recent matches would suggest. He keeps the pressure high, pulling the score dead even at 9-all. The momentum's completely shifted from where this series started. A completely untouched exchange for Mist, who takes a 1-round lead. The higher seed is finally asserting a bit more control. Waze claws back to make it a 10-10 deadlock. Waze really looks comfortable against the higher rated seed today. What a statement. He's showing incredible resilience to climb right back into the lead. The ladder gap is closing fast as we enter the final stretch. A total shutdown for the favorite, putting him just 1 round away from victory. A lightning fast exchange to put the pressure back on. Waze secures the edge by picking him off from the wine. A very calculated play to stop the bleeding. A fierce trade of fire ends in a deadlock, sending this battle straight into overtime. A blistering reaction from Mist to seize the lead, keeping his momentum surging through the first overtime block. A prompt reaction that puts him right back in the driver's seat. Neither one can pull away. We are seeing a complete deadlock as these two trade blows. Waze is putting an incredible amount of pressure on Mist right now with these quick back-to-back wins. He's just unstoppable right now. outplaying his opponent effortlessly to bring this an absolute deadlock. The sheer endurance of these two is incredible. He just erased the board. Waze is now a single round away from ending this. Mist is really feeling the heat from this underdog today. He fights back with an incredible display of tenacity to bring this series level. He's truly fighting his way back into the fight. Waze edges ahead, holding a slim 16-15 lead. Waze maintains a tight 2-round cushion over Mist. That's a tough spot for him after those 3 losses to Lancer and Glare. Waze still holds a precarious 1-round advantage. The underdog has truly pushed this to the absolute limit. Total parity now with Mist and Waze locked at 17 apiece. The pressure is really starting to get to the underdog. Waze sneaks ahead by a single round. A really gritty performance for the lower seed today. Waze is really flexing his muscles with a 19-17 lead. He just completely defied every single stat we had going into this series. Simply an unbelievable way to close out that overtime fight. What a match. Welcome to the league. We have Aster and Mist facing off today on Fast Aim to see who takes the win. Mist holds a historical edge with a 51% win rate on this map. He is coming into this series after a tough string of defeats today. It will be interesting to see if he can actually close this out early. Aster is really putting the pressure on Mist now. He's really struggling to find an answer after those recent losses. They're trading rounds back and forth right now, and honestly, it's hard to tell who has the upper hand. He's showing exactly why he was the favorite going in. Aster leads 3-2 and looks dominant. Really putting that head-to-head advantage to the test. Mist claws back to tie things up at 3 apiece. Neither of these two have much luck today, looking at their totals. Mist is really starting to pull away here, keeping the pressure on from the ramp. Just a glimpse of that higher rating coming through. Unreal. Aster claws back the advantage just in time to tie things up at 4-4, surviving by a hair. Aster is really starting to pull ahead, playing the distance perfectly from the ramp. Mist is really feeling the weight of his recent losses today. Aster secures another victory from the ramp, shifting the tide entirely in his favor. Mist has a few losses piling up today. Simply untouchable right now. A 4th straight for the lead. It is a complete turnaround from their previous head-to-head bouts. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the favorite is definitely on the back foot here. Aster is playing a much stronger game than anyone expected, given his historical struggles on this map. Let's see if Mist bounces back. He's showing some real grit here, shutting down the momentum and tightening the gap to 7-6. He's showing some surprising resilience in this series. Aster is just too quick today, quickly shutting down that ramp position for another round. Aster is just effortlessly claiming the ramp right now. Mist is getting completely outpaced. Aster is on fire, catching Mist off the ramp with a lightning fast flick. He's simply in complete control, extending the lead to 11-6. A tough fight ends with Aster taking control, putting him just one round away from victory. It's just a total reversal of the pre-match expectations. Mist manages to keep the dream alive with a sharp burst. The higher rating is finally starting to show in the server. What a finish. Aster closes it out with a clean shot to seal the victory. He really shifted the momentum with that huge run in the middle, leaving Mist with no answers today. Welcome to Red Line. We have Aster and Waze facing off today in a very close match. Aster comes out firing, catching Waze right as he was trying to hold the ramp. He's certainly making the most of his current hot streak. Unreal. That was a total war of attrition, but he just barely managed to come out on top. Aster has the advantage in their head-to-head history, leading the lifetime score 24-20, but those numbers are essentially meaningless right now, given how Waze is shaking off those 2 losses from their earlier encounters. It will be interesting to see if Waze can actually flip the script this time. Waze is trailing 2-3, fighting for air. He's really dominating the series today after those earlier matches. Waze is really feeling the pressure now as Aster's momentum continues to build. Waze secures the advantage from the ramp to bring this set right back to a tie. It's a tough spot for Aster, who's clearly struggling today. Aster pulls ahead, now commanding a 2-round lead. His recent results against Waze have been incredibly consistent. Aster is looking really strong with a 60% win rate over his last 10 games. It's almost as if he's completely ignoring the rating gap between him and Waze right now. Waze just needs to find a way to break this momentum before it slips away entirely. What a nail biter. He barely clings to life with 14 health to keep this streak alive. The underdog is putting on a complete show right now. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is a complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. Waze is looking completely lost while Aster looks set to secure a massive upset. Waze really needs a fresh start here. Aster's just cruising now, extending the lead to 10-3. His rank is only a few spots lower than his opponents. Absolute chaos in this exchange. He survives by a sliver of health to shut down that rally. Waze just needs to keep this momentum going to make things interesting again. He's really fighting back, though his historical advantage is still quite slim. He's just too fast, securing a huge lead and moving himself to match point. Game over! Aster survives that fierce trade to seal the series in a dominant fashion. Waze really couldn't find an answer for him today, as he just looked completely untouchable throughout that entire map. Welcome to the Berserk League. Mist and Waze are heading to Orange to see who comes out on top today. Mist has a massive head-to-head lead over the long term, winning 67% of their previous encounters. But Waze actually took the most recent battle between these two. He'll be looking to maintain that confidence to keep the favorite off balance. Mist is running away with it, holding a 2-1 lead. The underdogs are certainly fighting back to... Waze is really starting to put the pressure on here, wiping out that early lead in a flash. Absolute control from Waze, taking another round without taking any damage. He's just completely taken over the map, securing another victory to extend the surge. He's simply not letting up. Continuing this impressive streak with a lightning fast snap. He is simply untouchable right now. Cruising to a 6-round streak. Waze is making a strong case for the underdog today. Mist finally finds an answer, ending that long slide with a rapid shot. Mist has a tough day so far, finishing 16-22 in his last several encounters. It's worrying because those results are mirroring the slump he's showing in this specific set. He really needs to find a way to stabilize if he wants to climb back into this. Waze holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. It's a complete flip from the expected script. The heavy favorite is clearly struggling right now, and Waze is playing with a huge amount of confidence. Fresh start for both players now. Waze still commands a 3-round cushion heading into 13. A very different look than the ranking suggested today. Waze is just relentless, pushing the gap to 9-5. The momentum has shifted entirely since that match on Italy. What a chaotic exchange! Waze manages to scrape through that brawl with almost nothing left in the tank. That was an incredibly tight call for the winner. A fast clean shot from Mist to keep the momentum shifting. A desperate time for the veteran to finally get some traction. Gap is starting to look insurmountable. Waze is simply too fast right now for Mist to keep up with. Waze shuts down that small rally and puts himself just one step away from victory. A sharp reaction from Mist to keep the game alive. He's got to dig deep to avoid the sweep here. He keeps his composure. An incredibly fast response to push this to 8-12. What an absolute brawl. Waze barely edges out the final fight to secure the victory. He really had to dig for those last couple of rounds, but it's a massive statement to win today. He fought through it. What a match. Welcome everyone, Aster and Mist are facing off on Mapas today to see who comes out on top. What a scramble. Aster barely hangs on to take the opening round after a frantic exchange. The underdog gets a fast start today. Aster is really asserting himself early, shutting Mist down right as he tried to take the ramp. Mist leads their head-to-head record with 4 wins in their last 7 encounters. It's clear he's playing an edge today. While he has struggled in other matches recently, he always seems to find a way to get the better of Aster. He is on fire! Mist completely shuts down the competition to secure a 3rd straight win. The momentum has completely shifted. He's just too fast right now. A surprising turn compared to their last meeting. Aster gets the upper hand in that exchange to pull within 1. He's coming off a very strong run in his last few games. We are all squared up now as they head back. This level of play is really fitting for a pairing so close in the rankings. A huge turnaround here as he claims his 3rd straight victory to seize control of the series. The momentum is swinging wide for the underdog. Mist answers right back, keeping things completely level. Both of them are fighting through an incredibly long day of matches. Aster edges ahead by 1 as they reset. A really tough afternoon for Mist so far today. Aster holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, he's definitely defined the expectations here. We expected Mist to take control, but the underdog is the one putting the pressure on right now. Time to see if Mist reacts. Aster's just barely holding on to a 1-round lead. That was an incredibly quick finish to get the round back. That was an absolute stalemate on the ramp, but Aster managed to outduel him for a tight 2-round lead. Aster has been on a tear lately, boasting a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. Honestly, you can tell that confidence is spilling over into this series. It's a complete turnaround compared to how the two of them used to match up. He's just completely taking over now, recording his 4th straight win. Mist finally disrupts the flow and puts a stop to that run. A crucial response from the favorite in this series. What a clean shot. He closes in on the victory with a perfect strike. His composure in the clutch has been a huge factor all series. Mist shuts him down entirely to keep the fight alive. He's fighting out of a real hole right now. He's finding his 2nd win, putting up another strong defense to keep the dream alive. What a finish. He closes it out with an effortless shot to seal the series. He really fought for it, but that's just the 2nd straight win for Aster in their latest meetings. Tough luck for Mist. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Waze are stepping onto dunes to see who comes out on top. Aster holds a 25-20 lead in their head-to-head history. That historical advantage seems to be carrying over, especially since he just shut Waze down in their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if Waze can flip the script today. Absolute control from the opening of the map, and he takes a commanding 3-0 lead. His recent form is frightening, having won 5 of his last 10. Finally, a response from Waze, who answers back and cuts the deficit to 2. What a scramble. Aster nearly gets taken out, but barely clings to the lead. He is proving to be a tough matchup for Waze right now. Unbelievable. He survives a brutal firefight with barely anything left to take another round. He's simply too quick, shutting the door on Waze with another effortless victory. He's completely taken over the server, extending that run to 4 straight. Just a massive contrast to their last encounter on red line. Another lightning fast reaction, and he's just simply untouchable right now. Huge swing in momentum as he secures a 6th consecutive win. Waze finds his footing here, securing a clean kill to get back on the board. Aster takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is looking completely lost here. He is playing exactly to his 54% win rate on dunes, and Waze needs to make a major adjustment fast. Waze needs a little spark here. It is looking incredibly steep for Waze now, as he's struggling to get any real traction in this series. Not a surprising look for Aster after that dominant display on red line. Waze is refusing to just give up, picking up 2 of the last 3 to stay in the fight. Devastatingly fast reaction there, leaving him just 1 step away from victory. Boom, that's it for the match. A final clean burst secures the victory for Aster. Just complete dominance throughout the entire set. He's really starting to own this matchup over the last couple of days. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got a great matchup today between Mist and Waze. Let's see who takes the win. Mist has dominated a huge portion of their history together with a 67% win rate. Well, that long-term superiority isn't showing up today. Waze actually took their last meeting in a convincing fashion, and that confidence seems to be paying off early. Mist is pulling ahead with a slim 2-1 lead. It's a bit of a turnaround for him after that rough stretch against Aster. Unreal exchange. He nearly goes down with the round, but manages to edge it out to even things up. Things are definitely looking different than the typical dynamic between these two. Waze just reclaimed the lead, pushing it to 3-2. The underdog is playing with huge confidence right now. A complete shutdown here as he keeps the streak going for the third time. He's just not letting up, securing his 4th consecutive victory. The struggle is very real for him lately after that 8-game slide. Simply untouchable. He just tore through that engagement without taking a single point of damage. That was a total firefight, and Waze comes out on top for another one. He's really making his current form look promising. The momentum is completely shifted now, and Waze is just refusing to let up. A hard-fought trade that finally goes the other way, giving him some breathing room before the break. Waze heads into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. I mean, this is a total flip from the expected outcome. Mist is looking completely lost out there and needs a huge spark to avoid the upset. Time for a fresh start. Waze is really leaning into his current confidence after a tough 9-11 day so far. He's not letting the pressure get to him. And it's starting to look like he can comfortably keep this distance as soon as the round begins. Waze is just cruising right now with a 10-5 cushion. He's effectively playing like the higher rated seed right now. What a scrap. Both players were nearly depleted, but Waze just barely clutched out that victory. He is just barely hanging on with his head. The rapid response here to clear the Tetris and put him just a single round away from victory. He's completely rewritten the script for this series. What a finale! He closes out the series with a final burst to secure the victory. He's officially broken that old head-to-head curse and looked absolutely seamless in the process. Welcome to the league. We've got Aster and Mist facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Aster is historically strong, having won 80% of his last 10 games, but his success hasn't translated to this specific layout. He's really battling a steep uphill climb, given how poorly he performs here compared to Mist. Mist is cruising right now with a commanding 2-1 lead. He's clearly capitalizing on that psychological edge. Mist is just too sharp right now, taking that jewel out on the ramp to extend his lead. Absolute perfection there, and he's now claimed 3 in a row. He's really putting that recent stretch of losses behind him today. A sharp response from Aster, who earns a quick out and stays unscathed. The slight favorite is looking a bit more vulnerable now. Mist has really been dominating the head-to-head lately, having won 4 of their last 5 encounters. It's interesting to see that momentum continue here, even though their overall league standing is so close. It will be a huge confidence boost for him if he can turn this lead into a full set. Another lightning-fast reflex win for Mist, and he's now fully in control. Aster secures the edge from the ramp, keeping the pressure on. He's definitely feeling the confidence from that head-to-head victory earlier. Mist puts on a great display of precision, picking Aster right off the toolbox. He's really turning things around after that rough recent run. Mist holds a solid 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, it is a very predictable start considering his familiarity with the map. He looks comfortable and is firmly in the driver's seat for now. Time to switch sides. Mist is comfortably ahead at 8-5 as we restart. It's a familiar pattern for the man currently at 22nd on the ladder. He refuses to go away, picking up another one to keep this rally moving. His form is definitely trending upward after that rough start to the set. He's simply not letting up, taking a 3rd straight to close the gap even further. It's a complete role reversal from how this set started. A swift counter-strike to hold the momentum, bringing the lead back to 2. Mist holds that high ground on the ramp to keep his momentum rolling. A big shift compared to that 13-9 result they had earlier today. Momentum has swung right back, with Mist putting together a 3-round tier. Aster keeps his composure to secure another point, cutting the lead to 3. He's desperate for a win after those 3 losses earlier today. A lightning-fast response puts Mist on the verge of victory. The higher seed is asserting himself when it counts. What a fight. Aster barely survives that chaos to keep his hopes alive. Pure guts to pull that out with such low health. That was an incredibly tense exchange to close out. And there it is. Mist closes out the series with a final burst from the ramp. He's finally shaken off those recent losses with a really solid performance here. A huge relief for the guy. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Waze facing off today on Italy to see who comes out on top. Aster holds a strong lead in their overall head-to-head history with 26 wins, and that dominance was on full display during their last encounter where he cruised to a victory. It'll be interesting to see if Waze can break that mental wall today. Waze is fighting hard to close this gap. They're practically identical on the ladder right now. Waze has all the momentum right now, completely switching the energy of this match. Aster is just a hair ahead at 3-2. He's really trying to make a statement after that loss to Mist. Aster pulls further ahead, extending his lead to 4-2. We're seeing a mirror image of that lopsided victory from earlier. The momentum is shifting back and forth rapidly, making this a really tight contest so far. Absolute chaos in that exchange. Waze barely survives the carnage to even the score. He's really scraping by with those health totals. He is simply on another level right now, securing his 3rd straight win. He answers back immediately to bring the tally level. The two of them are separated by only 4 points on the ladder. Aster barely edges it as we hit 6-5. The reaction time on that final hit was just stunning. We've got a dead heat at 6-all, and honestly the underdog is showing no signs of folding. This is a real toss-up going into the second half, and Aster is proving that the pre-match labels were wrong. Let's see who blinks first. Unbelievable! He walks away from that firefight with a sliver of health left to take the lead. He's proving to be a much tougher opponent than in their previous meetup. Waze has a 45% all-time win rate, and while he's usually the underdog, in the big picture, he's playing with immense confidence right now. It's becoming a real struggle for Aster to find an answer for this current surge. He is completely taking over the server, adding a 4th straight win to his tally. This is a complete role reversal from that blowout of earlier. Just absolute steamrolling now, putting the pressure on with another huge win. They're practically glued together in the rankings right now. He's absolutely untouchable, securing another win and putting himself just 1 round away from victory. And there it is. Waze closes out the server in spectacular fashion to secure the victory. He really found a way to shut Aster down today, completely flipping the script on their usual rival. Welcome back to Berserk League. Mist and Waze are facing off on Mappas with the favorite looking for a strong victory. Mist is coming out, swinging, quickly picking Waze off the ramp to open things up. The long-term head-to-head history definitely leans in his favor. Mist holds a massive lead in their all-time head-to-head history. It's a stark contrast to their recent meeting where Waze walked away with a dominant victory. We'll see if Mist can recover that old dominance today. Waze takes control of the ramp here, keeping these early rounds incredibly tight. Both players are fighting for every single frame here. Mist keeps his narrow edge as we head into round 6. He is looking to bounce back after the tough loss in their last meeting. Mist still holds a 2-round lead heading into 6. Waze is certainly not leaning on that higher ladder rating right now. What a fight. He barely survives that absolute brawl to push the lead to 5-2. He is really putting that 39 win over Aster to good use. Unreal. He survives a brutal firefight by the skin of his teeth to keep this roll going. That higher ranking isn't offering Waze much protection right now. Waze finally answers back to cut the lead down to 3. It's a tight game for someone currently sitting at rank 25. He's showing some real grit, putting together another clean win to keep this surge going. He's clearly shaking off the rust from that rough opening. He is absolutely on fire right now, carving through the opposition to bring this game within a single round. He's looking completely shaken right now. We're locked at 6 apiece for the break. I mean, the favorite is holding his own, but it's a complete toss-up right now. We'll see if Mist can finally close the door in the second half. Fresh start for both players here. Mist secures that trade and shuts down Waze's attempt to hold the ramp. His all-time historical edge is really starting to show. Waze digs deep to force a dead heat, bringing the score right back to 7 all. The pressure is mounting on the favorite to pull ahead. Mist claws back ahead with an 8-7 lead. That was a lightning fast exchange. Waze is simply refusing to go away, evening the score at 8-8 with a perfect shot. Complete parity now as we enter the final stretch. Totally clean play to put himself back in the driver's seat. He's looking far more confident now. A really steady pair of rounds to flip the script. Waze is just unstoppable right now, keeping up the pressure to push this lead even further. It's a massive shift from what we expected before the coin toss. Waze is absolutely dominating the server right now, completely taking over from the ramp. Waze just can't be stopped. Stepping up to the verge of victory. Simply too fast for any response. Absolute madness. Mist barely walks away from that exchange alive, denying Waze another clean round. Hard-stopping finish there for a huge momentum swing. He shuts the door with a pristine final round to secure the win. He really proved that those old head-to-head numbers don't mean anything when you're playing this aggressively. Mist fought hard, but the momentum just shifted too far. What a performance. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Aster and Mist are facing off on red line to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Aster claims an early advantage here, capitalizing on that ramp position to secure the first round. Mist has typically held the upper hand in their head-to-head history, but he's currently looking very disconnected. And it's a sharp contrast to how he's played the other way in previous meetings. The big question is if he can stabilize his aim before Aster builds an insurmountable lead. He manages to snap the run, showing a bit of grit to pull one back. The favorite is finally starting to show some life. Aster still controls the pace with a strong 4-1 lead. That's a bit of a turnaround from their last encounter. Aster is simply too fast for him right now, keeping the pressure high with that ramp hold. Both of them have been having a rough day so far. Mist finds his footing again, using those boxes to get a better view of the play. He's definitely fighting against a rough run of form lately. He's continuing this charge, refusing to let the lead slide further away. He's finally playing to the expectations we saw heading into this. He is absolutely on fire right now, taking this round without losing a single point of health. He's finally starting to look like the favorite again. Unbelievable, he has completely erased that early deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. The momentum has completely shifted in a matter of minutes. Flawless sequence as he puts himself firmly in the driver's seat going into the final round of the half. We're all square at 6-6 as we head into the break. Well, Mist was supposed to be the safer bet here, but Aster has proven he's just as capable on this map. It's anyone's game now. Time to reset and go again. A completely clean exchange to put him in front for the first time. Everything is leaning back in his favor now. Aster answers back immediately and we're locked at 7-all. Both are really grinding it out, keeping things dead even. He's showing a huge amount of resolve, reclaiming the overall lead in this series. He keeps pushing the pace, completely shutting down Aster on the ramp. He's effectively neutralized every attempt Aster has made to get back into this. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, continuing this charge with another perfect exchange. He manages to claw one back, showing some real tenacity in the face of that deficit. It proves he can hold his own regardless of the rankings. He's showing some serious fight, keeping the pressure on to stay within striking distance. He stays aggressive to pull ahead by 2, continuing this impressive climb. His confidence is clearly returning with each exchange. A crushing blow for Aster as Mist shuts him down on the ramp to put himself just 1 round away from victory. He's putting on a display that matches his higher seed. What a finish! He closes out the match with an absolute stunner to seal the deal. He really turned it around in the second half after that shaky start. It's another win for him in this rivalry. Welcome to the arena. We have Aster taking on Waste today to see who comes out on top. Aster actually holds the overall head-to-head lead with 26 wins over Waze. It's interesting because he's coming off a tough stretch lately. We have to see if he can turn this opening round into a full momentum shift. Waze is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Waze looks completely confident after that dominant series on Italy. Waze is simply on another level right now, taking a commanding 3-round lead. That was a slugfest, but Aster manages to push through and close the gap. He's trying to bounce back from that rough series on Italy. And just like that, Aster ties it up at 3-all. Really impressive given how hard he struggled in that Italy series. Waze just barely edges ahead with a 4-3 lead. The rating difference is slim, but he's putting the pressure on. They're trading blows back and forth, but the momentum is shifting just as the pressure builds. A perfect stalemate as they head toward the halfway mark. Aster clawed back into a narrow 1-round lead. Waze had some serious momentum heading into this one. He's completely unstoppable right now, claiming his 3rd straight round. He's looking much stronger now than he did against Mist earlier. Waze shuts him down quickly to keep things tight heading into the half. A very clean finish to level things up. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly it's a bit surprising given his recent losses. He's fighting back well against the favorite, but Waze still has plenty of time to flip this on the other side. Let's see if Waze can recover. Aster holds onto a thin edge at 7-6. Both of these guys are really fighting for it today. Aster's consistency on this particular map has been quite strong, winning about 55% of his matches here. It's definitely helping him counteract the fact that he entered this series on a 3-game skid. This is a big shift in energy for him. Aster is pulling further away with a 9-7 lead. He's fighting a tough uphill battle after those 3 straight losses today. Everything is coming down to a coin flip now. These two are just trading rounds back and forth. Waze is certainly playing like the favorite today. Absolute deadlock. Waze has fought his way back to parity. Waze has been remarkably consistent across his whole run today. Aster regains the upper hand with a narrow 10-9 lead. The gap in their ratings is barely effective right now. Aster is starting to really pull away here, finding a way to close out these quick exchanges. Waze is refusing to let this slide, quickly forcing another tie in the score. It's a tough road for Aster after his recent match against Mist. The pressure is immense right now. Waze is putting on a clinic in these quick exchanges. He's practically untouchable now, moving within striking distance of the finish line. Incredible. Aster survives by a hair to force a dead heat at 12-all. Absolute clutch factor to keep his hopes alive. Aster is just finding his footing at the perfect time, putting the pressure right back on Waze. That's a huge turn for Waze after such a strong start today. Unreal. He takes a massive amount of damage but manages to secure the kill anyway. Absolute guts to secure that win while barely hanging on. He's just too fast, putting himself in a position to secure this victory. What a finish! Aster caps off a perfect run to secure the series. He really needed this one after that brutal run of losses. Waze fought like a demon, but he just couldn't close the door. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Mist and Waze facing off on orange, where the favorite looks to stay dominant. Mist leads their head-to-head record by almost double, but the historical edge hasn't helped him in their most recent encounter. Waze seems to have the psychological upper hand right now. Waze is absolutely cruising with a 2-round lead. Waze is just outclassing him, sitting comfortably at 2. It'll take some serious focus to overcome that rating difference. The speed of these exchanges is wild, and Waze is clearly winning the race to the target. Waze holds a narrow lead, putting the pressure on Mist. He is certainly leaning into that historical confidence right now. We've got a total deadlock with things tied 3-3. The higher rated player is finally getting their look back. Waze is really putting on a clinic here, responding quickly to every push Mist makes. Absolute parity now as Mist pulls it back to 4-all. A high stakes brawl as we head toward the break. Waze claws ahead by a single round. The lower ranked player has struggled to stay consistent this afternoon. Unreal, he barely survives a wild exchange to take the lead back. His current form is certainly mirroring those recent wins against the field. Waze is on fire, securing another effortless point to widen the gap. The higher ranked player is in complete control of this space. Waze takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, this is a huge swing for the underdog. He's playing far above his expected level today, outperforming a favorite who looks completely rattled. Time to see if Mist resets. Waze is currently riding a 3-game winning streak in his last 10 matches, and honestly, it's clear that confidence is flowing right now. He is really making his mark in this series. He's showing a lot of heart here, securing a perfectly clean hit to keep this rally going. Waze is still firmly in the driver's seat at 9-7. The higher rated player is really making his move here. Waze is just relentless, pushing the lead to 10-7. He refuses to go away, shutting down that run with another effortless kill. Needed a response there, and he Waze is putting some serious distance between himself and Mist as we enter the final stretch. He's keeping his composure, securing a fast kill to stay in the fight. The underdog is still managing to hold the line. Total shutdown here, and Waze is now just one victory away from the win. He's really proving the pre-match predictions wrong. What a statement. He's refusing to go down quietly and stays very much in the hunt. Game over. Waze secures the final blow to close out the series. Mist really fought back to keep this one tight, but he just couldn't find the finishing blow. Waze is officially on a roll today. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Dunes. Aster and Mist are ready for battle, with Mist entering today as the slight favorite. Aster holds a 56% win rate on this map. It's a promising start considering the head-to-head history heavily favors his opponent. He'll need to sustain this momentum if he wants to flip the script on Mist. Aster is really leaning into this lead right now. The head-to-head records lean in his favor for a reason. Mist is really starting to flip the script here, erasing that early lead in a flash. Aster pulls ahead 3-2, putting a huge squeeze on Mist. He's certainly shaking off the loss from their last meeting. Aster is just dominating now, sitting pretty at 4-2. A strong showing for the lower ranked player in this pair. The momentum has completely shifted. He's putting on a real show right now. That was an effortless skill, proving he's not gonna just fold under the pressure. The top-seeded player is finally starting to wake up. Aster is putting up a strong challenge today, which is quite surprising given that Mist has historically won 60% of their meetings. It looks like he's finally finding some answers for the tactics that usually trip him up in this rivalry. Aster just can't be stopped. Cruising into the break with a substantial cushion. Aster heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, the underdog is definitely the one playing better right now. Mist is struggling to keep pace despite the historical edge he usually holds in this rivalry. Time for Mist to fight back. Aster holds a commanding 8-5 lead as we restart. A quick response to put some pressure back on the lead. Aster just stretches the gap to 9-5. The ranking gap is practically non-existent between these two. Mist is refusing to let this slide, keeping himself right in the thick of it. He's definitely leaning on that recent success from their previous map together. He's not going away, picking up another win to keep the pressure on Aster. That second one was way too clean. He's on a roll now, picking up his third straight round to close the gap. The momentum is shifting exactly how the analysts predicted before the match. Unbelievable. He's completely leveled the score, taking full control of the match. Pure chaos, a dead heat moving into the final stretch. Aster responds quickly, picking him off the box to reclaim the lead. His 70% success rate over the last 10 matches is starting to show. Aster is capitalizing on every single mistake right now, putting a serious dent in Mist's hopes for a comeback. An incredible run of form as he reaches the threshold for victory. He is putting a wall up that's simply too high to climb. What a finish! He survives a brutal firefight on a sliver of health to close this out. He really clawed his way back into this one, but that final stand was just too much to handle. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, Aster and Waze are stepping onto fast aim to see who comes out on top today. Aster holds a significant 27-21 lead in their all-time head-to-head history, and we've already seen that psychological edge play out in their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Waze can flip the script this time around. Waze is answering back quickly, proving that he can hang with Aster in these rapid exchanges. His higher spot on the ladder is starting to show. Waze is really putting the pressure on now, picking Aster off the ramp to secure another round. That's the underdog struggle manifesting right now. A complete shutout by the favorite, extending the run to 3 straight. That was a grueling fight, but he outlasts Aster to take a commanding lead. He's certainly making the most of his slight ranking advantage. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, taking this one to keep the run alive. Really a tough start for the underdog today. Waze keeps rolling, casually picking Aster off the ramp to extend his lead. The higher seed is really making a statement here. What a scramble! Aster barely scrapes through that exchange, taking Waze down from the ramp with just a sliver of health left. Pure grit from the underdog to secure that one. He's refusing to go quietly, showing a lot of heart to put together these 2 straight wins. We're seeing a complete shift in momentum now. Waze has a clear historical advantage here, with a 46% win rate on this map, and he's leveraging that experience to keep his lead. It's becoming a real struggle for Aster to find an answer for his positioning. I wonder if he can pull things back before halftime. Waze holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we thought it would today. He's clearly the stronger player on this specific map, and it shows. Waze is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. Another tough bout for the lower ranked player today. Waze is absolutely dominating, sitting pretty at 10-4. Unreal, both players were nearly gone, but Waze barely survives this frantic brawl to hold the momentum. His recent form has looked solid throughout the day. Waze is essentially untouchable right now, staring down a potential victory after another effortless point. Aster manages to keep his hopes alive by picking Waze off the ramp. The odds definitely didn't predict a struggle this severe for him. Game over. He puts a clean shot through Aster from the ramp to secure the victory. He really got the better of the head-to-head record today. That was a complete one-sided affair from start to finish. Welcome everyone, we are here on Red Line for a great matchup between Mist and Waze. Let's see if the favorite can hold on. Mist holds a massive historical advantage with 197 total wins over Waze. But the recent matchups tell a different story, and Waze is actually coming in on a hot streak right now. It will be interesting to see if that recent form can override the historical trend. Waze is putting on a clinic to take a 2-1 lead. The higher seed is definitely feeling the pressure right now. We've got a dead heat on our hands. This is turning into a real toss-up. He's trying to shake off that loss from earlier today. Unreal, he just barely edges that out, scraping by with a sliver of health left. Waze seems completely unfazed by the history between them. Total stalemate now with both players sitting at 3. He's fighting through a tough 18-28 run today. Waze is putting the pressure on right now, just cleaning him up from the ramp. We're all squared up at 4 apiece. The favorite is finally starting to lean back into his advantage. Goodness, both of them were shredded in that exchange, but he barely survives the encounter. Waze is coming off a decent 14-12 show. He just cleared him right off that ramp, taking full control of the pace. Now, he's managing to shake off those recent losses. Waze secures the trade from the ramp to keep things close heading into the break. The ladder rankings certainly back up this look from Waze. We're locked up at 6-6 going into the break. And honestly, things are playing out exactly as predicted. This has been a high-level battle, and we'll see if Mist can use his experience to close this out. Time to see who blinks first. Mist really controlled that exchange from the ramp to get himself back in front. He's definitely proving why he's a tough opponent to beat in a series. Mist is currently fighting his way back after a rough 18-28 stretch over the last day. It's clear that despite those early struggles, he's starting to find his feet. He really needs to secure this lead and put a stop to his recent losing streak. Waze is really finding a way to punish Mist right now, using that high ground to hold the momentum. Mist just inches ahead as we hit round 17. Waze is certainly trying to make a statement today. Mist holds a strong 2-round cushion heading into 18, slipping right back into that historical dominance. He just barely escapes that brawl, extending the lead to 11-8 with an incredibly tight win. Waze is feeling the pressure after that surprising result on Orange. Waze manages to shut him down from the ramp, showing some real grit to keep this fight alive. That was an incredibly fast response to break the momentum. Lightning fast reaction from Mist to put him on the edge of victory. Exactly what you expect when the skill gap is this wide. Absolutely effortless. Mist shuts the door right there to secure the victory. Waze definitely put up a fight, but he just couldn't close the gap once the momentum shifted. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Mist facing off today on Italy to see who comes out on top. Absolute chaos in this opening exchange, and Aster barely clings to life after that brutal fight. Aster is already comfortably ahead after the first 2 rounds, and that's a surprising shift given he's currently trailing in their head-to-head rivalry. Mist usually has the upper hand in these encounters, but he's simply not finding any answers for Aster's opening pace. A lightning-fast response from Mist to get back in this and halt the early run. He's not backing down, clawing his way back into this game. The favorite is finally starting to find his footing in this duel. Aster still holding a firm 2-round lead here. A really clean reset for the lower-ranked man here. He's just refusing to let this game slip away, putting a completely effortless round behind him. Aster has been an aggressive force today, holding a 2023 record over the last day. He seems to be channeling that momentum directly into his current performance. The pressure is really on Mist to figure out a way back into this one. He's putting up a real fight now, putting together a perfect sequence to close that gap. He's completely flipped the script, bringing this duel within a single round before the switch. The pressure is mounting as they head into the break. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is definitely playing above his head right now. Mist is still very much in this, but he's struggling to hold that 55% map edge Aster currently holds. Fresh starts, let's get back in. That was completely effortless as Mist keeps climbing back into the series. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected today. A total wipeout as he secures the equalizer, bringing us completely level at 7 apiece. Aster strikes back instantly to regain a slim advantage. A huge contrast to his last meeting against Waze. He's simply too fast, erasing his opponent in a blink to bring things even. Absolute dead hit moving into the next phase. Aster pulls ahead again, snatching a narrow 1-round lead. A really tight battle for position on the ladder. Both players landed heavy hits, but Mist had the composure to finish the duel and lock in a 9-9 deadlock. He just stays untouchable, continuing a strong surge to take a narrow lead. The gap in their overall rankings is starting to tell. He's just on a tear right now, keeping the pressure high to build a 2-round cushion. The higher seeded player is clearly in total control now. Aster wins the gunfight to keep things interesting, pulling within a single round. His win on Blame Dunes earlier showed he can do this. We've got a complete stalemate here, and Aster has all the momentum heading into the final stretch. What a phenomenal run of strength from Mist, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. He's really starting to show why the odds were in his favor. What a scramble! He digs deep to secure this round, forcing the deadlock at 12-12. Aster has completely seized the lead, proving he can hold his own regardless of the odds. The ranks are practically identical right now. Gorgeous reflex shot there to keep the momentum shifting in his favor. Just a blur of a fight to keep everything locked in. Both took some heavy damage, but he manages to outlast his opponent and regain the edge. Total dominance over the last couple of exchanges. This is turning into an absolute marathon. Neither one is willing to give an inch as we push deeper into this duel. Ridiculously sharp reaction to put the pressure firmly on his shoulders. He just completely shut him down to put himself on the edge of victory. Mist is barely clinging to a tiny 1-point advantage. Mist maintains a slim 2-round cushion over Aster. He's really tightened up his game to secure this lead. Mist holds a precarious 1-point lead as we move on. The gap in their ladder positions is almost non-existent. Mist stretches his lead to 2 as he controls the pace. It's a very consistent showing from the higher seeded competitor today. Mist edges ahead by a single point in this grind. The momentum is swinging back to the underdog in this deep water. A deadlocked battle. Aster and Mist are perfectly tight. Total reset of the momentum in this overtime block. Aster claws back to a narrow 1-round lead. Aster has shifted the tide, now leading 20-18. His recent form in the last 10 is certainly trending upward. Aster keeps a thin lead, holding onto a 2019 edge. A quick response to keep this deadlock alive. Pure madness as we've hit a total deadlock at 20 apiece. A completely ruthless display of focus to keep this going. Aster takes a daring step forward, leading 21-20. Tight contest indeed, mirroring the high tension of their usual clashes. Mist strikes back to make it a dead heat at 21. Mist just snatched a narrow 22-21 grip on this. Mist pushes it to 23-21 with a clinical finish. A cold-blooded string of rounds to tighten the grip. Mist is really pulling away now, leading 24-21. Oh, a total shutdown of the momentum as we hit this stretch. Aster closes the distance to 22, but Mist still holds. Timely stop to prevent the momentum from snowballing further. Aster is within striking distance now, trailing by just 1. That was a sharp read to secure the round. Astonishing. Aster forces a complete deadlock at 24. He is refusing to let the seed difference play a role tonight. Aster just jumped ahead to lead 25-24. And just like that, Mist forces another tie at 25. Aster finally breaks the deadlock to take a 26-25 lead. The mental toughness in this series is just incredible. What a turnaround. Mist brings us right back to 26 all. They are trading blows in the most intense way possible. Mist takes a narrow command at 27-26. Absolutely clinical timing to put him in the lead. Mist is extending his gap to a 2-point cushion. He really dug in deep to close that out. Aster was just an inch away from pulling off the upset. He'll be gutted. What a battle. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We've got Aster and Waze facing off to see who comes out on top today. Aster currently holds a 27-22 lead in their head-to-head history, but that's a long-term stat that might not matter if he can't figure out Waze's current positioning. It will be interesting to see if that historical advantage actually plays a role here. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that one, securing a narrow victory from the ramp. He's playing with plenty of confidence after that victory over Mist. We're completely deadlocked at 2 apiece right now. Waze is proving why he's the slight favorite in this pair. Waze takes the lead, putting Aster on the back foot. Both of these guys have been grinding hard today. The pace of this set is just incredible. These two are practically playing a coin flip right now. Aster claws back ahead, holding a narrow 1-round lead. He's finding a bit of a groove after that early loss to his opponent. Waze really capitalized on that ramp position to get the edge in this round. Waze is really starting to put the pressure on now, cleaning up that ramp play to secure another round. Waze is absolutely peaking, picking Aster right off that ramp for a 3rd straight. A lightning fast read from the ramp as he continues his steer through this series. Waze heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, things are playing out exactly as expected. The 4-round burst really gave him the cushion he needed to keep control of this half. Time to swap sides. He's showing some serious resolve, shutting down Waze's momentum with a crisp headshot. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected him to be. Absolute grit on display here. He's completely erased the deficit to make it 7-all. Waze just nudged ahead, taking a slim 8-7 lead. Waze is showing a lot of stability in his gameplay right now. Waze has put himself in a commanding spot with those last 2 rounds, right? It's a huge shift from their most recent matchup on Fast Aim where he dominated the set. If Faster can't stop this run soon, the gap will become insurmountable. Waze quickly reclaimed the advantage by holding that ramp position. He's looking really sharp after that blowout victory on Fast Aim. What a response from Aster, shutting that down instantly and continuing the climb back into this game. Another clean finish for Aster, and we are officially tied up. Both of these guys are completely locked in for the final push. Waze is really making it tough for Aster to string together any momentum at this stage. He is refusing to break, equalizing the series with an effortless shot. Absolutely no room for error now that we are this close. Incredible strength from Aster, picking Waze right off the ramp to move within a single round of victory. What a finish! Aster completes the comeback to seal the deal right here. He just couldn't let the game slip away after that huge run by Waze. Truly impressive to see him dig in and find a way to win. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Mist and Waze facing off today with the heavy favorite looking to maintain their lead. Mist has a massive historical advantage here with 198 wins over Waze. It's a matchup where Mist almost always finds a way to come out on top. We'll see if Waze can actually break that pattern today. Simply outclassed in that exchange, and the momentum is swinging heavily toward the leader. A sharp response from Waze, who refuses to let the lead slip away further. A much needed spark for the underdog at this stage. He's not backing down, pulling the score closer to a tie. The pressure is definitely mounting for the heavy hitter here. Mist manages to pull ahead again, leading 4-2. He's currently sporting a higher rating on the ladder, though it's not showing yet. Mist has been struggling recently with a 2028 record over the last day. He's definitely fighting an uphill battle with his form right now. It's a big question whether he can keep his composure and avoid another slump in this set. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange to extend the streak to 4. Interesting to see Waze struggling, given he holds the higher ladder rating. Waze shuts that down instantly to keep things interesting. The underdog is showing a bit more grit than we expected. Mist is absolutely dominating with a commanding 8-3 lead. Still looking to shake off that defeat to Aster from an hour ago. Mist takes a huge lead at 9-3. This is playing out exactly how the analysts predicted. He's just completely controlling the pace of this game right now. Unreal Waze survives by a thread after picking him off the box in a chaotic shootout. The higher rating on the board is finally starting to show. Absolute mayhem in that exchange. Mist somehow comes out on top with a tiny sliver of health. Mist is just too fast, easily cleaning up Waze while he was pushed up on the box. He's just too sharp. Mist puts himself 1 point away from the victory. Just a complete shutdown of any comeback attempt. Game over. He shuts the door on this series and secures the victory. He really just bounced back from that loss to Aster with a statement win. Waze had no answer for him today. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Aster and Mist facing off, with Mist entering this match as the favorite. Aster holds a notable 56% win rate here, which gives him a clear comfort level in this specific environment. It is an interesting contrast to Mist, who has played far more games on this map but hasn't been as consistent. We have to see if that home field advantage lasts. He's just not letting up, securing his third straight round with a completely untouched health bar. He's really putting that head-to-head lead to the test right now. A complete lockout from Aster, who is simply refusing to give an inch right now. A quick response here to get back on the board. It's a good reminder that he does usually get the better of his opponent. Absolutely dominating with a 5-1 lead. Mist has been incredibly strong in this rivalry, leading their head-to-head 7-5. Well, it's starting to look like his overall confidence against this specific opponent is finally offsetting that early deficit. He definitely knows how to find a way back into these games. Aster just cruising along now with a comfortable 6-3 lead. His recent victory over Mist on Italy P really underscores the volatility of this duel. He's really putting a lot of pressure on Mist right now, and those rounds are ending faster and faster. Unreal, he survives by a hair to maintain that 3-round run. He is just barely clinging to life in these exchanges. Aster takes a huge lead heading into the break, sitting at 9-3. I mean, everything about this start points toward a massive upset. Mist is clearly struggling to find any footing against his opponent right now. Time to see if Mist wakes up. Aster is just ruthless, pushing his lead to 10-3. The momentum has completely shifted in a surprising turn of events. He's just putting on a show now, leaving Mist with virtually no room to breathe. The experience edge just isn't translating into results tonight. He is just completely overpowering the opposition, and now we've reached a critical juncture. Unbelievable. Aster finishes it with a clean shot to the head, closing the deal. He really just took over the series, completely flipping the script on the usual outcome between these two. Welcome to the stream. We've got Aster and Waze facing off on orange to see who comes out on top. Aster boasts an impressive 82% win rate on this map. It's a surprising start for the match given how well he usually controls the pace here. I wonder if he's just shaking off some early nerves. Things are deadlocked as we head into the next fight. The two of them are remarkably close on the ladder. Waze takes the lead with a slim 2-1 advantage. Waze really needed this one after a tough set of recent losses. It's an absolute toss-up right now. Neither player is letting the other get any real breathing room. Waze is now just a single step ahead. The lower seeded player is comfortably managing the early pressure. Aster claws back to make it a flat 3-3. The head-to-head history definitely favors him here. Waze is really picking up the tempo here, refusing to let Aster stay on top for long. We've hit a total stalemate at 4 apiece. He's really looking to make a statement after those recent wins against Mist. Waze regains the upper hand and holds a slim edge. They're practically identical in the rankings right now. It's essentially a coin flip every single round. Neither of these two is letting the other gain an inch. Waze is still clinging to a 1-round cushion. The reaction time was just incredible there. They're all squared up at 6 apiece. I mean, Waze was supposed to have the upper hand here. He's definitely struggling to pull away from an Aster who has historically dominated this specific map. Let's see who breaks first. Aster finally finds his rhythm to lead 7-6. He's definitely mirroring the result they had in their earlier meeting. Waze strikes back and we are tied at 7. It's practically a dead heat between these two in our rating. Aster is showing some real consistency here, managing to maintain that narrow gap as the round count climbs. Aster's 2022 record today keeps him competitive, but he's clearly finding a second win now. It's the first time he's looked this comfortable since the start of the series. He's putting himself in a great position to close this out. And just like that, Aster levels the playing field at 9. Waze is refusing to let the momentum slide back his way. Waze is absolutely on fire right now, taking his 3rd straight round without taking a single point of damage. Aster shuts him down quickly to bring the game back to a deadlock. Aster is starting to really put the pressure on here as the finish line gets closer. We are seeing a total flip-flop of momentum as they trade rounds back and forth. Both of these guys are practically dead even in our rating. Waze takes control of the server, putting himself in a position to end this right now. What a response. We're heading into overtime with a deadlock at 12-12. Waze is keeping his composure, responding perfectly to the pressure as he pushes for the win. He's really making this a grueling battle for the lead. The speed of those last 2 encounters was wild. Waze is practically blinking and the round is already over. Aster is refusing to let Waze close this out, keeping the pressure high as we move deeper into overtime. absolute precision from Waze to secure that lead and move him within striking distance. The timing on that trade was near instantaneous. What a finish. Waze closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. To walk away with a win in overtime after being the underdog on this map is just huge for him. He really dug deep. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Mist and Waze facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Mist has been remarkably consistent against this opponent, winning 67% of their career meetings. It makes sense that we're seeing him take the early lead. Given the deep history here, I wonder if Waze can find a way to break that pattern today. Mist is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Waze is definitely trying to make up for that blowout loss on Dunes. Waze is quickly turning the tides here, just taking control of the map. It's a clean slate now, completely erasing that early lead. Mist just barely edges him out, taking the fight right to the toolbox to hold on to his lead. He's currently sitting in the 25th spot on our ladder. Waze is really putting on the pressure now, catching Mist right as he tried to hold that ramp. The higher rated player is really starting to dig in. Mist really utilized that elevation on the ramp to grab another round for himself. Waze has a bit more overall momentum going into this afternoon. Waze is really starting to feel the heat as Mist stretches his lead to 5 rounds. The higher rated competitor is certainly feeling the pressure right now. Waze just catches him right as he steps up that ramp, narrowing the gap to a single round. He's certainly playing with more confidence after that win against Aster. Mist has been playing a much tougher schedule today, putting up 21 wins across his sets. It's showing that he can handle high-pressure scenarios even when he isn't in the best form. He's definitely proving he can live up to that favorite status right now. Mist barely keeps a slim lead as we hit 6-5. Waze has a solid recent track record, having won 60% of his last 10. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly where we expected the score to be. He's holding that slight advantage as he looks to close out the series. Waze is closing in, trailing only by 1 now. He's really fighting back from that tough loss on Dunes. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that exchange, clutching the round and reclaiming a 2-round cushion. That was a frantic sequence to get back on top. Mist barely holds a 1-round lead after that scramble. The slight rating gap between them is clearly closing. Mist extends his advantage to a 2-round cushion. That's definitely the confidence of the heavy favorite showing. Waze is really digging in his heels here, making this a nail-biter. His higher ranking is finally starting to translate into results. Absolute dead heat now, both Mist and Waze tied up. A real battle of nerves for both of them now. The momentum has shifted completely as he secures another win from the ramp. He's really making use of that higher rating today. A lightning fast reaction from Mist to bring us back to an even score. Waze secures a nice advantage from the ramp and is really picking up the pace here. An absolute blitz by Waze to put himself on the verge of victory. Wow, what a finish! Waze secures the victory and closes out the match. He really played the long game here, finally getting the upper hand after those struggles earlier in the day. He's going to be thrilled with that one. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone, we've got Aster and Waze facing off on Mappas. Let's see who takes the win today. Aster holds the overall lead with 28 head-to-head wins over Waze. But he is really struggling to find any footing in this specific series. It'll be interesting to see if he can flip the script after their last meeting. Waze is closing the gap, now trailing Aster by 1. The rating gap is tiny, but Aster is certainly looking stronger. Neither one is letting the other get an inch of breathing room so far. Aster catches him on the ramp to build a 2-round cushion. He really has the historical upper hand in this pairing. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange from the ramp, clinging on with a tiny sliver of health. He manages to weather the storm and claw out a 3rd straight victory. He's showing why he generally holds the advantage in this rivalry. Waze refuses to fold, cutting the lead back to 2. The underdog is certainly refusing to go quietly tonight. Aster is managing his matches well with a 20-win day so far. And honestly, that confidence is translating directly into a comfortable cushion in this particular series. He's really asserting his presence in the match right now. He's completely taken control of this match, putting a huge gap between them before the break. Aster takes a big lead going into the break at 9-3. Well, Waze was expected to have the edge here, but he's just not keeping up. Aster is putting on a huge performance in this first half. Waze needs to wake up fast. Aster is cruising with a commanding 9-4 lead now. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Waze is just a hair higher on the ladder rankings. Waze is really putting the pressure on now, picking Aster right off the ramp to keep his momentum rolling. It feels like a mirrored result of their last meeting. Aster is just dominant, pushing the tally up to 10-5. Waze can't seem to find his usual edge today. My goodness, he almost goes down. Aster barely scrapes through that fight, shutting down the ramp from the ground. He's playing with an incredible amount of nerve tonight. He's simply too fast right now, putting himself just one more round away from victory. Waze manages to secure a quick kill, knocking him right off the ramp. That's a huge relief for the underdog. That's it. Aster shuts the door with a perfect final exchange to close out the series. He just knows how to navigate this map. Waze put up a fight, but he's just outclassed in this one. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Vase facing off right now in Italy. Aster leads the lifetime rivalry 29-23 across their shared history, and that psychological advantage clearly carries over from their previous match today. It will be interesting to see if Vase can shake that off and turn the tide. He's just completely in control, picking up another round without taking any damage. What an absolute war. Waze digs deep to outlast him in a total firefight. Waze is definitely showing some nerves of steel under pressure. He's really answering back now, putting Aster on the defensive. The early favorite is starting to look a bit shaken. Unbelievable. He's completely wiped the slate clean to tie this series up. The momentum shift is real after that opener. Aster puts a stop to the momentum and claws back a small lead. They are essentially deadlocked on the ladder right now. Waze is showing incredible grit, evening things up at 4-4 with a spotless response. Everything is wide open now for whichever side can find a gap. Aster pulls ahead by 1, reclaiming his slender lead. The two of them are essentially deadlocked in the rankings. Aster has a decent 53% win rate on this specific map. It's clear he's feeling comfortable in these positions. If he can keep this pace, we might see another one-sided result similar to their last meeting. Aster holds a 7-5 lead coming into the break. Honestly, the underdog is playing exactly like we hoped. Waze is fighting hard, but Aster has a clear edge in the first half of this fight. Time to see who blinks first. Aster is extending his cushion to an 8-5 lead. He's certainly proving he can step up as the favorite today. Aster is really running away with this. 9-5 now. Waze just tightened his grip on this round, showing he can match that speed instantly. Aster pushes his lead to 10-6 with that burst. Waze is struggling to justify his favorite status in this specific series. Waze fights back to narrow the gap to 10-7. They are practically identical on the ladder. The gap is widening and Aster is starting to really put the pressure on here. Pure skill gap showing between these two right now. That was a lightning fast response to put him on the edge of defeat. The speed of that exchange was absolutely terrifying. Waze manages to secure a clean win here to keep the game going. He's managed to dig his heels in during a critical moment. What a way to close it out. Aster secures the final blow and claims the victory. He just looks far too comfortable in this rivalry right now. Waze put up a hell of a fight, but he just couldn't find the consistency to close it out. Welcome to the Dunes map. We have Aster and Waze facing off to see who takes the win today. Aster holds a significant historical advantage with a 57% win rate when facing Waze. It's a matchup that really favors him throughout their long history together. We'll see if the momentum from their recent encounters keeps that trend going. Waze has a solid lead, putting Aster on the back foot. He's managing to flip the script after those last few series. They're trading blows right now. We've got a dead heat in the early stages of this match. Waze is just one step closer to closing this out. An interesting shift for the player typically viewed as the underdog. Waze is absolutely dominating with a commanding 4-2 lead. Just an absolute blur of a round. He's now on a tear with three straight wins. He just out-reacted him completely to get this one back. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected. Waze is really capitalizing on his recent momentum, and it's a complete reversal of their most recent series together. He's making a strong case for why he's the favorite in this particular duel. Waze is cruising along with a comfortable 7-4 lead. A blistering reaction time for that round. Waze takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. He's firmly in the driver's seat as the favorite. Now we just have to see if Aster can use the side switch to claw back into this time for a fresh start. Waze is simply relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. He is really making up for those losses on Italy and Mappas. Atar just clawed one back to make it 5-9. The 22 ranked player is showing his quality here. Waze is putting on a real clinic with his speed, ending that round in less than a second. Aster is really fighting an uphill battle here, just unable to find any air as the lead widens. He just can't get a stop, and now he's one kill away from the victory. What a finish. Waze shuts the door right now to secure the series. He just completely took over that series, showing that those head-to-head stats are officially a thing of the past. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We've got a close match today as Aster takes on Waze in a battle for dominance. Aster comes out strong, securing that first round by holding the ramp. Clean start for the favorite in this head-to-head. Aster holds the edge in their history with a 56% win rate. But the map stats tell a different story since he usually struggles here. It'll be interesting to see if the overall head-to-head confidence outweighs the location disadvantage. The momentum has completely shifted and he's now sitting on a 3-round tier. Unbelievable speed from him as he just completely takes over this map. A tough way to start for the favorite in this series. Aster reacts first with an incredibly fast shot, clawing his way back into this game. He's simply refusing to let the match slip away, moving closer to a tie. He's showing why he entered this series as the favorite. Waze shuts that down instantly from the ramp, keeping a healthy lead for now. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and Waze barely survives with a sliver of health. That's a nerve-wracking way to keep the lead. Waze is just untouchable right now, picking up another win to extend his streak. Goodness, that was a bloodbath. He barely survived that encounter by a few hit points. The gap between these two is practically non-existent on the ladder. Waze holds a solid lead at 8-4 going into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we expected the first half to go, given how Waze typically handles this map. Time to see if Aster wakes up. Waze has an incredibly deep history with this map, playing over 300 times here. It's really helping him dictate the pace of the match. Now, Aster just needs to find a way to disrupt this flow. Waze is cruising now, pushing his lead to 9-5. It's almost impossible to separate these two with identical ratings on the ladder. Aster finally cuts the deficit to 6-9. He's certainly looking more confident after that Italy P victory earlier today. He's on fire. That makes 3 straight for a player who just refused to quit. Waze is starting to look vulnerable after a strong start today. He's simply relentless, picking up another effortless kill to keep this surge going. Waze puts an immediate stop to that run, reclaiming his footing. Waze is starting to pull away, leaving Aster with a lot of ground to cover. Waze seems to be enjoying his day after that blowout on the dunes. Waze is absolutely on fire, moving into a position where he needs just one more to secure the series. What a finish. Waze shuts the door on this series and claims the victory. Aster had a few flashes of brilliance, but his history on this specific map just continued to haunt him. Welcome everyone. Aster and Waze are facing off on map as to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Aster currently holds a lead of 30 wins in their overall head-to-head record, but Waze is clearly the one with the momentum right now after claiming 2 straight wins in their most recent meetings. It'll be interesting to see if that historical edge actually translates into a comeback. Another rapid strike from the ramp as Waze takes a commanding lead. The slight favorite is really struggling to find any footing here. He is simply untouchable right now, taking his 4th straight in a row. He's definitely playing like the better ranked man today. Aster finally responds with a sharp peek to secure his first point of the match. Waze is really in control here, using that high ground on the ramp to keep Aster pinned back. He's putting those recent match wins into practice. Waze is putting some serious pressure on Aster right now, extending this gap to 5 rounds. He completely shut that down. The momentum shift is real now. Waze is really making his mark today. He's simply taking over the server, securing his 4th consecutive point. It's a 5-game tier for Waze, simply refusing to let up. Waze is making good on his status as the slight favorite today. Aster fights for a tough trade to put a point on the board. A crucial point for him to keep this series alive. Waze takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. Well, it's a total blowout right now, which definitely aligns with how we expected this to go, given his recent form. Aster needs a huge spark here. Aster is starting to fight back now, holding his ground while positioned on the ramp. He's certainly showing why he holds the all-time lead in their rivalry. Aster has a real head of steam now, comfortably picking Waze off the ramp to extend this streak. He is really finding an opening here. Waze has put in a lot of work here, playing over 2,000 matches to build his experience. It's a huge sample size that proves he can handle the pressure when it counts. So it shouldn't surprise us that he's managing to shut down Aster's mini comeback just in time. Flawless shot to seize control and put him just 1 round away from victory. The momentum has swung completely back to his side. He refuses to go quietly, securing a clean victory to keep the dream alive. He's fighting through a very steep hill right now. A staggering reaction from Aster, who just won't let this series end. The sheer speed of those reactions is just frightening. Unbelievable. He closes it out with total precision to secure the match victory. He really dug deep to keep the pressure on, but the momentum was just too much to stop. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today for a great matchup between Aster and Waze. Let's see who takes it. Aster holds a 30-26 lead in their overall head-to-head history, but he's clearly struggling to find his footing today. He's dropped 3 straight matches to Waze already and needs a spark quickly to avoid a total blowout. Absolutely flawless, he's just completely taken over this set. He's definitely looking like the favorite player right now. Simply too fast. He's put up a wall that Aster just can't climb. He's just an absolute force right now, extending that run to 5 straight. He is just untouchable right now, moving to a commanding 6-0 lead. Aster finally finds a way back into this, fighting through the damage to secure a hard-earned round. A much-needed response for the higher-seeded player. Waze has looked strong in his current stretch of matches, and honestly he's been dominant in their most recent series. The pressure is really on him now to stop this momentum shift before Aster fully recovers. What a surge. He's now put together 4 straight rounds to really tighten this grip on the game. A scrappy encounter here, but he manages to edge it out before the switch. A huge momentum shift right as we head into the half. It's an 8-4 lead for Waze heading into the break. I mean, the favorite is simply carrying his weight right now. He's keeping the upper hand despite Aster's strong record on Italy. Time for a fresh start. Waze is just cruising along with a 9-4 lead. That's a huge contrast to Aster's historical edge on this map. Waze is simply relentless, pushing his lead to 10. The higher rated competitor is really asserting his will here. Aster is finally putting up a fight, but he's still got a steep hill to climb from here. Waze holds a massive 4-round cushion at 10-6. It's a tight battle, especially considering Waze holds the higher seed. He's really on fire now, continuing that surge to a 3rd straight victory. Both players landed shots, but he was just a bit faster to close it out. A brutal stop for Aster, leaving him trailing by 5 as he faces a match point situation. And that's it. Waze shuts the door on this match with a total shutout in the final duel. He's really taking control of the rivalry lately, looking far too sharp to be bothered by his opponent's map history. Welcome everyone to Redline. We have Aster and Waze facing off in a very close match today. Aster holds the overall advantage in their head-to-head record. It's interesting because he's just come off a very convincing victory against Waze in their most recent meeting. We'll see if that confidence carries through this map. Waze pulls ahead, putting Aster on the back foot. He's definitely leaning on his deep history against this opponent. Aster catches him right as he's stepping up the ramp to even things up. Waze is seeing a lot of similarities to that Italy loss. Waze manages to clear him off the ramp and keeps this early pressure high. He's really asserting himself as the favorite in this one. Waze is cruising now with a commanding 4-2 lead. He's really showing his higher ranking in this half. Aster claws back to keep this fight alive at 3-4. This is clearly a very balanced contest so far. Unreal. He barely survives that scramble from the ramp to tie the set at 4-4. He's playing with an incredible amount of composure right now. Waze is playing very cleanly, putting a quick end to that push on the ramp. A tough spot for the man the oddsmakers backed. What a frantic exchange. He manages to scrap through that fight with just a sliver of health left. The rating gap is starting to materialize in this set. Incredible, he survives a chaotic exchange to close out the half with an edge. Just an absolute heart stopper of a close goal right there. Waze holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, it's a very predictable start for the higher ranked player. He's in control, though Aster is fighting hard to keep this close. Time to see if the momentum shifts. Waze catches Aster right there on the ramp, really putting the squeeze on him now. A strong showing from someone already playing their 20th game today. Aster is refusing to go away, securing a completely untouched victory to close the gap. It's a high-stakes environment for the veteran. He's showing some real grit now, taking another effortless round to keep this fight tight. Waze gets the better of him in that scrap on the ramp, keeping his lead intact. He's starting to look like the more consistent fighter today. He survives a tough exchange to keep the pressure on, showing real resolve here. Another perfect engagement for Aster, and we are all square at 9 apiece. Waze puts a stop to that mini run, quickly picking Aster off the ramp to reclaim the lead. Waze is really starting to pull away here, taking a significant 2-round lead. Waze is absolutely steaming through these rounds, taking control from the ramp to put himself a single round away from victory. He's refusing to crumble. Aster wins the duel to stay alive in this match. A much-needed breath of air for him in this tight spot. Another sharp round for Aster, who just refuses to let this match slip away. An incredible response from the guy in the trailing position. Waze seals the deal with an aggressive play from the ramp to shut out the map. He really had to dig deep for that one, but it's a huge result to close out the series. A gritty performance from start to finish. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone, we have Aster and Waze facing off today in the arena to see who comes out on top. Aster holds a 53% win rate in their direct history together, which shows why he's generally expected to perform well in these matchups. However, Waze has certainly shifted the momentum in their most recent encounters. It'll be interesting to see if the historical trend returns today. Aster is comfortably in the driver's seat at 2-1. The higher seed is starting to make his presence felt. We are right back to a dead heat after a really fast exchange of rounds. Waze is proving why he's slightly higher on the ladder right now. Waze has clawed back to take a 3-2 lead. The higher rating is really showing through for him today. Total deadlock now, Aster and Waze are all squared. Waze has definitely been the more consistent force recently. Waze had this firmly in hand just a moment ago, but now Aster is turning the tide. We're back to a tie at 4 apiece. A huge level of consistency from Waze lately. Aster edges ahead again with a thin 1 round late. He's definitely playing a bit more comfortable lately. What a scramble. He barely escapes that exchange with his life, taking the round in a chaotic trade of fire. Waze is normally the favorite, but he's looking shaky right now. He's completely taken over the map, picking up another round to really put the pressure on. He's definitely capitalizing on a strong day in the arena so far. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's really defying the odds by keeping Waze at bay. He's utilizing that high 57% map win rate to put himself in a great position. Time for a quick reset. Waze has been the much more reliable force in their last 10 matches with a 70% win rate. It makes this current deficit even more surprising, given how strongly he usually plays. It'll be a tough hill to climb from here. That was an absolute war, but Waze managed to survive the exchange and keep his hopes alive. That was an absolute nail-biter, barely any room for error there. Incredible, Aster claws back a victory in an absolute slugfest, barely surviving that interaction. Aster is just dominating right now, leading 10-6. He's really capitalizing on this particular map today. Absolutely flawless. He is just tearing through this match right now. He's just relentless, putting himself one single round away from the victory. The momentum has completely shifted away from the higher seed. Waze manages to find his target and put an end to that brutal run. It's a tough mountain to climb, but he's finally found some footing. Unreal. He finishes the job with a perfect round to seal the victory. He really put on a clinic to shut that down, proving that he's just too comfortable in this map. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Let's get things started with Aster and Waze battling it out for the win. Aster comes out strong to take the opening round, catching Waze out on the ramp. He's really leaning into that head-to-head advantage right now. Aster currently holds a 32-28 head-to-head lead over his opponent. It's an interesting dynamic because he's usually the one fighting uphill against Waze's overall consistency. We'll see if he can maintain this control through the first half. Aster's commanding 3-1 lead is looking quite formidable. The momentum is shifting slightly. Waze is starting to answer back after a strong open. Waze clawed back and we're suddenly locked at 3-3. We're seeing that higher rating from the ladder start to pay off. Absolutely untouchable right now. That's 3 in a row for Waze. He's just not letting up. Moving into a 4-round tier to extend the lead. Aster puts a fast stop to that run and brings the score to 4-5. Total deadlock. Now we are all square at 5 apiece. It's a total toss-up based on their combined 43 wins today. Waze edges ahead by 1 in a nail-biter. He's certainly playing the role of the favorite in this series. Waze takes a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we expected this to go. Waze is leveraging that map experience to keep the pressure on Aster right now. Time to swap sides. Aster cuts the gap to 6-7 with a huge play. The 24th seed is fighting back hard to keep this close. Waze has a significant experience advantage here with over 300 matches on this map. So yeah, it shows in his positioning as he continues to outclass Aster. He's really capitalizing on that familiarity to keep his lead. Aster's got the momentum now, picking up another clean win from the ramp. Just a massive shift in energy for the lower rated player. Waze proves his footing on the ramp to grab the lead back. Expected the higher rated player to lock this down. We're back to a tie. Aster makes it 9-9. It's a wild back and forth affair for both of these guys today. Aster is putting the pressure on now, moving within just 3 rounds of the finish line. The lower rated player is really finding his footing today. Waze takes control of the map, quickly putting Aster down from that ramp position. That's already 4 matches played between these two today. Waze is really feeling the pressure now that he's slipped into a deficit. He's putting up a decent 22-19 record across the board today. He just blasted him right off the ramp to reach match point. He's really starting to take over this closing stretch. Unbelievable. He closes out the game with a perfect finish to seal the victory. What a way to shut the door. He really stepped up to prove that he's just got the read on his rival. Hard-fought win. Welcome to Berserk League Duels. We have Aster and Waze facing off on Mapas to see who takes the win. Waze secures that early advantage by taking the high ground on the ramp. A quick start for the slightly lower rated side. Aster holds a notable edge in their head-to-head history, which really boils down to his superior map control. That comfort is evident since he's consistently outperformed Waze in the recent meetings today. We'll see if those patterns hold as the score stays tied. Things are totally deadlocked at 2 apiece now. Tight contest for a pair of players so close in the ratings. Waze is really punishing Aster for any mistake, putting a lot of pressure on the opener right now. Both Aster and Waze are completely neck and neck at 3. He's really fighting to keep his overall lead in the head-to-head. Waze has snatched a thin lead, moving ahead 4-3. The higher rated man is definitely showing his class here. Waze is putting together a very strong sequence right now, but it's an interesting shift given he's usually the slight underdog. Well, he's clearly adapting his game plan for this specific series. Now the pressure is really on Aster to break this run before it spirals further. And we're back to a level playing field at 5-all. Waze is finding it tough to close things out today. Aster secures a third straight win, shutting down Waze from the ramp. The higher rated man is suddenly on the back foot. We're heading into the break, tied 6-6. Aster is really proving he can hang with the higher rated player here. His strong 53% map win rate is showing in this half. Fresh start for both of them. Waze continues to be incredibly aggressive, using that ramp position to seize the lead once more. That's a solid 21-20 run overall for him today. And we are right back in the thick of it at 7 each. He's clearly feeling confident after those earlier wins today. Aster pulls ahead once more, taking an 8-7 lead. He's certainly playing like the favorite after that last series. Waze was too fast on the draw that time, catching Aster right as he tried to play the ramp. Both players are proving remarkably consistent today. Aster just reclaimed the lead at 9-8. Waze is feeling the heat after that tough loss on fast aim. Aster's momentum is soaring as he climbs to 10-8. He's simply too sharp right now, strolling into the lead with an 11-8 score. He is Raman dominating the overall head-to-head tonight. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life but manages to secure that win, putting him 1 round away from victory. Pure luck on that final shot to seal the round. Waze reacts quickly to keep himself in the game, putting a temporary stop to that momentum. He needed that quick response to stay competitive. Waze is showing incredible grit, digging in to keep his hopes alive. He's found some serious timing on these entries. What a response. He has completely shifted the energy of this series with 3 straight rounds. He's completely erased that previous lead. What a way to close it! Aster fights through the damage and comes out on top to seal the victory. Aster really managed to dig deep in that final push, holding on to his lead despite that late surge. He's clearly the man to beat today. What a fight.